Seeing at 6 p.m., I'd like to call the April 20th, 2022 regular meeting of the Kenai City Council to order. I'd like to welcome everybody here this evening, and if you are able, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty.
Here.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Here.
Councilmember Winger.
Present.
Councilmember Naxted.
Here.
Mayor Gabriel.
Here.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Here.
Councilmember Baisden.
Here.
Councilmember Sonart.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, before we get to agenda approval, I'd like to call your attention to a laydown that you should have in front of you with the requested additions to the packet. Action, add to item D10, public hearing, resolution number 2022-25, amendment memo requested by the city attorney. And add to item D11, public hearing, resolution number 2022-26, informational item requested by Councilmember Winger. I'd also like to move item D11, resolution number 2022-26 to D1 and renumber following. And then I'd also request that we move item G5, which is an action approval item on Gusty subdivision or reassignment of lease, to move that directly under D1 because those folks are here and we'd like to maybe not have to make them sit through their entire meeting. So with that, I'll ask for agenda approval. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move for approval of the agenda with two lay-down items, item D10 and D11 add-ons, and to move item D11, resolution 2022-26, to the top of public hearings, and item G5 just after that from new business in public hearings. Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous. That was our second.
Second.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Next up, we have the consent agenda. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move for approval of the consent agenda and request unanimous consent.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the body like to amend the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'd like to ask the clerk to please read the consent agenda into the record.
Approval of the regular meeting minutes of April 6, 2022. New business action approval, bills to be ratified, introduced by the administration. Action approval, purchase orders over $15,000, introduced by the administration. Ordinance number 3284-2022, accepting and appropriating private donations to the Kenai Animal Shelter for the care of animals, introduced by the administration. Public hearing on May 4th, 2022. Ordinance number 3285-2022, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the General Fund, Police Department, and accepting a grant from the Alaska High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area for investigation overtime expenditures. Brought to you by the administration. Public hearing on May 4th, 2022, and that is your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to any item that is on the consent agenda, which was just read into the record? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Unanimous consent was requested for approval of the consent agenda. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. That brings us to item B, scheduled public comments. We have the Kenai Dog Park Friends here to present current need and future expansion of the Kenai Dog Park. I know several members of this committee here, but I have listed as committee member Crystal Locke as presenting.
Whoops.
All right, thank you. My name is Crystal Locke, I'm a resident of Kenai. I am a member of the volunteer committee, Friends of the Kenai Dog Park, and I'm here to talk about the future of the Kenai Dog Park. Maybe. There we go. Back in 2019, when our very first plan was published, we came up with a vision statement and mission. And I won't read this, I just think that it's important to keep it all fresh in our minds, that this has been our vision and mission for the last 4 years as we've worked to develop this park and continue with that vision. Just a very brief history. Planning began with our park in 2010. First resolution in 2018 with resolution 2018-52. We broke ground in 2019. The committee dissolved but was reorganized in 2021. And then most recently, we came before the council in January, were appointed some funds for infrastructure, and we did have a slight discussion of expansion or proposed expansion at that time. So we've had some changes over the last few years to our plan. That top image that you're going to see there was our original concept plan, and that bottom image that you see there is pretty much what we have right now. There was some redesign to make sure that we were going to be able to work with what we have out there right now as far as the land goes. All of the elements that were in that original sketch were not going to fit in the area that we have at the moment. We did change the shape of the pavilion and the area to cover both gated entries at the same time, and the paths were originally crossing that large lawn there. Those were removed for ease and expense. So for ease of maintenance, and then for the expense that trying to maintain paths across the lawn where dogs are running across there would have cost the city in future maintenance. So what we have right now, our complete total footprint is about 256 feet, give or take, on the north side. These are the measurements the city provided us with this last fall. 154 feet on our longest side, which is our west side wall, for a total of approximately 0.91 total acres. So we're here today to talk about our future expansion. So in January, the discussion that we had was an approximate, sorry, the pointer won't work on the TV, an approximate area. You'll see it's a little bit hard to see in the upper right corner, there's a little crescent shape. And that's the area that we discussed in there. It's really hard to get a good estimate off of the borough parcel viewer there with just kind of outlining that generally we're talking about approximately 0.19 acres. It's going to take about 366 feet of additional fence if we're using these measurements here. But after some additional measurements, some evaluation, that's just not a sustainable plan. It's just not safe to use that area there. And I'll talk to you just a little bit about why. So first of all, the fencing for that small 0.19 area gain that we're discussing here would take about 366 feet. It's a very narrow area, but when you're talking about the perimeter of it having to come down and back around, that's a lot of additional fencing, and fencing is a large expense. The more important area is the safety issue. So when you're looking at this bottom image here, and it is really hard to see on the screen, I hope you all have it printed out, and I did distribute some printouts across the room here. There's a small black line on the right side of that screen that says 33 feet. In person, if you were to go out there and measurement, it's actually closer to about 25 feet from the narrowest point. We're going to call that a choke point. I want you to envision just for a little while your dog running to that eastern area there, and then a larger, more aggressive or more dominant dog coming up and standing in that choke point and preventing your dog from passing back through. It's definitely a large concern, not necessarily a human accessible area. It's densely brushed, and even if we were to clear that out, it's sloped downwards for drain off. There's a kind of a ditch, I don't know how else to describe that. It's all sloped down towards the road for water runoff there. It's just not feasible to use that as part of the park at this time. So when we talk about a safer type of expansion, what is needed and why, we start with general park numbers. So if you ever searched, the average space of a dog park, you're gonna come up with the 1 acre number a lot. So even the American Kennel Club recommends that the suggested area of a dog park is a minimum of 1 acre. Please keep in mind that that number is generally recommended for larger cities and neighborhoods where we have multiple dog parks serving a larger area. So smaller 1 acre dog parks are very common, but there's multiple of them serving a number of dogs. So they have a service number. They say this number, so many dogs per acre or so many dogs per area, so they know where to place their dog parks, how far away to space them, and what size is needed. A personal point in my heart is public expectation. We have represented to the community what type of a park we want to present them with, and we really need to be able to provide them with a safe park with certain amenities as they were promised. Future expansion, securing appropriate land to provide a safe and efficient future expansion of the park is going to make sure that we can accommodate residents now and the population. As I know the city of Kenai is looking to the future. We need to do that here now as well, not just for the residents, but tourism is a great aspect of the Kenai Peninsula. We need to look at that as well. And then stimulation. Dogs need more than just a big empty spot to run. I know that agility and play features are great, but if we fill the entire lawn area that we have right now, and that's their only source of stimulation, then they have nowhere to run and play. So being able to utilize, some additional trees right now before we need to expand into them is going to provide them some additional stimulation at no additional cost. So I'm kind of a numbers person, and I really like playing a numbers game. So we're gonna play some numbers games right now. You're gonna see this awesome little chart that shows you the 2021 dog parks that Anchorage had. So using some calculations by the American Veterinary Association, they estimated that Anchorage had about 65,000 dogs. And in 2021, Anchorage had 8 off-leash dog parks that included about 296 acres of dog park land. Some of them are multi-use parks, which means they're not just dog parks, but they are parks where dogs can be off-leash. If you do the math on that, that comes out to about 219 dogs that are being serviced per acre of dog park land. Keep that number in mind because I like it. Soldotna's Three Friends Dog Park has about 1 fenced acre of exercise area inside of an approximately 3 acre dog park. It is Soldotna's second most used park in the entire city, second only to Soldotna Creek Park. Anchor Point now has their own dog park. It is a private park. The need was so great that somebody donated private land of their own, fenced it in at 60 feet by 100 feet, vacant land, and said, here, your dogs can come right off the highway and go to the bathroom. We know Seward has a park. We know Homer is establishing a park. They've actually reached out to me and asked for input, which is flattering, but I'm glad that they're looking into that. Let's play some more numbers games. So, 2020 census says that there are about 58,799 borough residents. If you do the math on that, that's about 6,243 households in Kenai, Nikiski, and K-Beach, Chickasaw, because we left Olive, Soldotna, and Sterling alone. The APPA says that about 54% of households own at least one dog. If you do the American Veterinary Association's, I'm going to run over time, calculations on that, that's 3,371 dogs that would be serviced by our 0.91 acre park. So if Anchorage is doing 219 dogs per acre, we're doing 3,071 dogs per 0.91 acres. So some additional numbers that were really fun to find. The American Pet Products Association, which does a whole bunch of different kinds of pet surveys, says 37% of pet owners travel with their pets. The only number that I could find regarding tourism that was not a COVID number says that in 2016, about 500,000 tourists visited. May I have permission to continue? Thank you. About 500,000 tourists visited Kenai. If you do the AVA calculations on that, that says that 99,900 additional dogs could potentially visit Kenai. We know that that number is inflated greatly because Alaska isn't your normal travel destination spot, but if you were to take that number and cut it down by 75%, that's 23,000 extra dogs. If you even cut that down by half more, we know that people from Anchorage bring their dogs down. We know that we have people who still fly their dogs in. We know that we have people who visit the dogs. Dog Park will be visited by people who don't just reside here. It's just something to keep in mind. So the ask, what are we asking for? We're asking for additional land to fulfill the promises made to the community to safely and effectively serve canines throughout the borough as well as those who visit throughout the year. And for our expansion to not only build the initial park, but also the future of the park. Because as the park looks to add features in the future, having that land that we need now is going to prevent future delays and make sure that that area is available. This is the area that we're talking about. You'll see that large gray square in the middle of your screen. The area is about 154 feet by 50 feet to the west side of the existing dog park. It does extend into parcel 045-01061. It's approximately 0.53 acres. We went to the west side because we know that north, Triumphant Theater is going to be building. We know that south, there's a lake. We know that east, there's a road. And then we just discussed our major safety concerns with the crescent of land that is vacant to the southeast of the park right now. As far as we know, there are no open bids to purchase 045-01061, and this is the safest, most secure option to provide for future expansion for our dog park. So when we talk about the resources that are going to need to be available and what additional time or cost that it's going to have for us to develop that land, despite adding a little bit over a half an acre, it's only going to be about 300 additional feet for fence. So if we when we talked about that 0.19 of an acre, it was about 366 feet of fence because of the shape of that. We're just moving back our 154-foot west side and then adding 150 feet on either side. So that's about 300 more feet of fence. If we even chose to fence that in, that's not necessary if we're talking future expansion. But since we're still working on the fencing now, we'd probably want to do that all at the same time. And then the groundwork would be minimal because it's going to stay wooded regardless. So I was out there day before yesterday or yesterday, I don't honestly remember, and there are some trees that need to come down. They're dead right now. There are some limbing that needs to be done to keep that safe, and a little bit of brush that needs to be cleared out of there, but for the most part, those are just safety matters that would need to be done now. If we put in the fence, we'd have to clear a little bit of trail, but all of that work can be done by volunteers. So that's part of the reason that we're asking for council to approve that now and not wait on it. There is a survey that's going to be done of the parkland as soon as possible. I understand that it was actually postponed a little bit to wait for council to vote this resolution. We would like for that to be included so that there doesn't have to be a secondary survey done, so we could have it all done at the same time. We would like to be able to get volunteers in there to do that, safety clearing as soon as the ground is thawed. And then when fencing is done, we would like to be able to include fencing of that additional land at the same time so that it can, again, all at once, so that we don't have to bring crews back in and have additional time delays and additional expense. So in summary, the committee is asking the council members to approve a resolution granting an additional area of approximately 154 feet by 150 feet to be incorporated into the dog park to provide for safe expansion, to accommodate a greater community need and canine need, and to fulfill the expectations of the residents of Kenai. I want to thank you today for your time, and I am here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Locke? Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Crystal, for your presentation.
Sorry, I was trying to talk really fast because I know I was over.
Yeah, well, thank you. I know that you guys have a feature on the dog park agility, and from my understanding, the high school is developing a piece of equipment. Do you mind maybe elaborating more on your agility area?
Yeah, so right now we have several pieces that are already planned for the agility area. The Kenai Central High School seniors have actually taken on their senior project to make, I think it's going to end up being about that tall. It's a tube that the dogs run through that has a ramp on both sides and then like a dog house on the top of that. There's that. I know that we have some tires that are actually being held in city storage that somebody else donated, took paint and donated themselves, which provides over, under, stacking, ramping, however we choose to set those up. We have offered to businesses as soon as it's determined which pieces are available to sponsor, for businesses to be able to sponsor specific pieces of equipment themselves. And then we also want to offer, the same opportunity to build. Many of these items can be built here locally. You don't have to purchase them to be able to build and sponsor. An average, anywhere from 4 to 12 pieces of agility equipment can make an agility area. It really just depends on what space you have. We have the ability to put in larger pieces or smaller pieces. We want to be able to provide the variety, though, and I believe that we're actually working with Scott Curtin on the specific pieces. He presented some really remarkable examples yesterday, and he has some pretty big ambitions of larger pieces that he kind of wanted to put in. So we haven't picked all of them yet, but being able to offer those to the high schoolers for their projects has apparently become a thing that they really like.
Follow up?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. And then through some of the reading with agility parks, it seems to be this is a recognized, dog agility is a recognized sport. Is that correct?
Absolutely. The AKC and UKC both recognize canine agility as as a recognized and competitive sport. People compete. You do not have to have a purebred dog to be registered to compete. We actually hold local trials here. As a member of several of the local dog clubs and organizations, I can tell you that every year we have some locally here. We usually hold them at Skyview. It's an entire 3-day weekend event. People from all over the state come down to compete. There's also one in Moose Pass. Having a space big enough to train is very difficult to come by. So I'm also the president of a local dog training organization where we do not have the ability to train because of the space restrictions. But there are people who want that experience who will go to Three Friends Dog Park and use their equipment specifically because it's just not accessible anywhere else. So there are things that we could not offer, like that are offered in the sport that we could not put in the park for safety reasons. But a dog walk, where your dog just gets up and walks over, the A-frame, things that are standard, standard equipment, just a standing table is standard equipment. Those are things that we can actually offer in the park at little to no risk or expense that are actual competition pieces. Absolutely.
Councilmember Sonar?
Ms. Locke, thank you for your presentation. Actually, I think you just answered most of my questions. I was going to ask if you were connected in any way with the Kenai Kennel Club.
Oh, yeah.
And if you've talked to their trainers to find out what pieces would be appropriate. So you just did that. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Glendenning, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, I'm excited about the prospect of this dog park. Children are way older, and I have not had a dog for a long time, but we.
I can look you up.
Yeah, with what? Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk later. But I can remember we would actually bring our dog from Clam Gulch into town and run and play in the parks, and the dog seemed to enjoy it. We enjoyed it. And I'm just really excited about this project, and I think your extra ask for the small amount of land is definitely an enhancement, and is well explained by your presentation tonight about the about the prospect of the dog agility. It's I think it's not being a modern dog owner, but my kids and grandkids do tell me about what they do with their dogs too, and thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you.
Councilmember Knoxton.
Thank you. Crystal, excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I kind of did some of my own research too, and you expanded on that, you know. And during your presentation, you were talking about future expansion, and I thought, great, I like planning ahead. You know, we've got what we've got. The fence posts are up, and looking ahead at what we might do. And so it seems like the park that we've got, or the area, is commensurate with almost all of the fenced areas that you had listed there. I even paced out the Valley of the Moon when I was in Anchorage this weekend, and came out with within a hundredth of an acre.
Nice.
Not bad, huh? Old surveying trick, I guess. But at any rate, they're all about an acre, and ours is about an acre, and so you know, as we move forward here, it might be a good idea, you know, to have an area that we can expand to, and then do the expansion later. You said you had some amenities that you were thinking of. Can that be in a future development? I mean, these things kind of develop over time, so.
So what I was kind of hoping for, it's, you know, pipe dreams and in a perfect world, is, you know, it's something. So if we start now with, let's say, that 4 to 12 pieces of agility equipment, right? So if we get a good solid 4 large pieces in there and a couple of smaller pieces, and in the future we want to expand into that other area, it's already set aside and it's already fenced off. We don't have to do anything besides make that area safe right now. It's there, it's available. Nobody's going to purchase that. You know, nobody's going to, you know, buy the other parcel of land and take, you know, use that for anything, because we've set that aside. We know that land is usable. We know that it's safe. We know it's viable. It's going to be there to purchase into. In the meantime, while it's there, since we've done the clearing, it'd be really nice to put, you know, pre-draw or pre-clear that land for a path so that something else can happen in there. If you remember in the beginning of the original plan, we had the tertiary trail, I can't say that, the wooded path through some other trees and stuff. So, you know, having a walkable path even around the outside of that would be, you know, the best way, I think, to not make it useless land. Because if somebody's little dog ran back through there, you'd want somebody to be able to walk back there to go get it. You know, I think that would be a safety issue as well. But I think just having that land to expand into, let's say we get a whole bunch of businesses that want to sponsor the agility equipment. I'd like the ability to put it in, you know, without taking up the entirety of that lawn, because we run the risk, you know, I think we have, I believe it comes out to about a half an acre, a little shy. I'd like to see the survey on what's cleared for lawn right now, not including the small dog park where the fence runs or the maintenance road or any of that stuff. But if we take, you know, the suggested area, because the AKC and the UKC, they have, you know, this much is absolutely necessary for, you know, an agility course. I'm not saying we're going to set up a course, but if we have those things out there, they require space. You know, you can't have your ramps right up next to this tower. You know, you have to have space to access those things. But if we take up the whole lawn area, you know, where are you going to play fetch? You know, how are your dogs going to run? So we just needed that to be able to, you know, move into if and when we have it. So it is future expansion, but while it's there, you know, clearing out just a path around to make it accessible and usable while it's there, I think that's a perfectly viable option.
Yeah, I've gone to agility classes, things. I have a sister-in-law that runs dogs and does that, and I go,
Good.
but, you know, but it takes an incredible amount of area for all the things that are going on, and
Right.
fencing, and for people, and then they come in their motorhomes, and, you know, all of that.
That's nothing that would happen here, because
Yeah.
we could not hold a competition here, but yeah.
But
It's
you know,
rough.
it kind of begs the, you know, future expansion, you know, that it might be that there's another place for a second park. You know, Anchorage has 8. I thought there was 6, and probably more. The documents I had were out of date, you know.
Right, well,
But
because they're multi-use parks, so I think they're not necessarily specifically dog parks. They're just parks that also allow dogs off leash. Where I got that information from was actually Eagle River's study of that they did on their own with their putting in their own dog park. So.
I can go on, I guess, but I'm sure that like the grass strip on the airport or some of the other places that could be made available for these things, just as they are at the ball fields and in Soldotna,
Yes.
grass areas, so.
And that is possible. We could eventually look at another park. Absolutely.
Any further questions of Ms. Locke? I have a couple here. You know, and I'm glad you clarified. It's just sort of this process we've taken to get to this point. I mean, it's been frustrating for a lot of people on a lot of different levels. No blame to cast anywhere, because I think we all want to get to some point here that's appropriate. But I think we originally had allocated through a resolution like 22,500 or 22,500 square feet or something like that. So just say where we started from, I think none of us here knew what
Right.
elements were going to need to go into building a successful dog park. So you have 1 acre recommended minimum size. You said the current area is 0.91 acres, but does not include the space for allocated entry or covered area, or the separate small dog area. Do you have an idea of what including what the total space is, including that area?
So that is our total footprint right now is 0.91 acres. That's what our total footprint is. So what I meant when I wrote that was that doesn't include areas that you would necessarily take out for those. That wouldn't include the usable park space. It'd be like putting a bathroom in the middle and counting that as your park space.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, I wrote that backwards.
Yeah, I wanted just for clarification there.
Yeah,
Okay, that makes sense. And, you know, the other part I'm glad you clarified, because in the resolution that we're going to be considering next is for the donation, but it was written as to the south of the dog park. And I know there's amendment. I talked to Ms. Winger about that, which is fine. But for me, I know there was a presentation that was a possibility, was adding that earlier.
Yeah.
So my assumption was, since I read that's what was added, there was issues with that, which you followed up on with, you know, sort of stranding these, you know, pinning smaller dogs by bigger dogs and these choke points and things like that. So
there's an additional issue. I don't know if it had been brought to council, but we have a proposition or a plan for a pavilion. Our pavilion to go over those gates, our covered area. The plan that we have currently has a solid back wall on it, where our sponsors and signage and things would go there. That would completely cut anybody's view off from that back area. I just didn't know if any of you had seen the pavilion plan yet. I know that it had been sent to the Kenai Community Foundation. I just didn't know if any of the council members had seen it, so I didn't necessarily want to reference that. I apologize.
Very good. Any additional comments, questions for Ms. Locke while she's here? Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'd also like to recognize our former Mayor Porter is here from Texas, and a former city council member, Chrissy Mumford, was also here with us. So with that, we don't have any other scheduled public comment or scheduled public comments here this evening. We'll move to, we have no, I guess we'll go to unscheduled public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that's not on the agenda or consent agenda?
Just a couple of simple items from the Art Center. The current student show ends the end of this month, which has been...
Marion Nelson, by the way.
I'm sorry, Marion.
we should just pencil you in for this slot all the time. No, go by the formalities.
That's probably a good idea, you know. Anyway, the first Thursday of the month is the opening reception for the next show, which is a watercolor show. And it's an open show, which means anybody can enter. So, you know, those of you who might have a brush or a little bit of watercolor paint at home, think about it. But that information is online, so if you want to spread the word on that, that's great. And then, you know, in the Art Center, the majority of the space, vast majority of the space, is managed by what was known as the Art Guild. The Art Guild we're trying to get rid of 4 names and just be the Kenai Arts Center, and I've told you that before, but this is going to take a while, because that means, of course, changing bank accounts and blah, blah, blah. So we've still got a couple names. Well, then there's also the Potters Guild, which incidentally is not apostrophe S, it's S. And they, you know, when they do things, they're more popular. What they do is more popular than anything else the rest of us do. So they have a Mother's Day sale coming up on May 14th, if I've got my dates right. And that's Saturday before Mother's Day. And for whatever reason, we have not done this in the past except for this last year. And that is that we set up tables in the main gallery, which is a whole lot bigger than any of the space, if you will, in the pottery studio, which is full of equipment. So they set up tables in the main gallery, even though there's another show going on, because it doesn't make any difference, it's all fine. And they can then bring in any and all of their pottery, and it's just a total win-win situation. So just something to know, something to share with your friends, and if you've got a mother, or you don't have mother memories, Brian, excuse me. Oh, God, that was bad.
Thank you, Marion.
It's a good time to guys get something for your mom. Oh, gosh.
Thank you, Marion. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to address the council at this time that is not on the agenda or consent agenda?
Yes, I'm Lena Wismar. I'm a resident of Kenai. I would like to state my support in the resolution of 2022-26 for the additional use of land for the dog park. I also wanted to express how the community has started to reach out to the committee, which I am on the committee for the dog park. We recently were contacted by Home Depot, and they have reinstated their program for volunteers as well as for material. Since COVID has lifted, they've been able to reinstate it, and they're very excited to be partnering with us and helping out where we need additional help. We've also heard from Walmart, and they've reinstated their program as well, and they're excited to provide volunteers. So I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention.
Okay, thank you. And that normally is followed under the actual legislation, but that's fine. We're going to get to that next. But so I'll just ask if anybody has any questions or comments right now for you. I think you're speaking to the dog park in support of that resolution, correct? Okay. Any questions, Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, it's heartening to see that the corporation will again jump in and lend its support, and that will help greatly with our progress in this endeavor. Our seasons are short, and the more focused attention we have from an entity such as that will be very helpful for the success of our project.
Yes, and they're very excited. Very excited. We could hear it in their voice, in their voicemails, in their email, and in speaking with them too. So
that's wonderful. That's wonderful progress, and thank you.
yeah.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you. I was going to address this under the resolution, but then Mr. Glendenning did. So I think that's great. I know it's been a kind of rough in those communications with them through the COVID, and I know you guys have been hopeful this whole entire time to get their partnership. So I think that's great that they're kicking their programs back forward and to restart their programs and reach out to support our community project. I think is great. So thank you for letting us know.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Thank you. Appreciate that information. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda?
Yeah, I do, and I'm the one that hates to public speak, so maybe someday I'll be able to do it better.
Yes, ma'am.
But I just want to say that I've been watching Hannity at night just to catch up on the news. And Los Angeles is being taken over by gangs. They really are. It's scary, and it's awful. So I'm just appreciative of this city. My husband and I travel, we've traveled global somewhat, and we travel all over the United States. We used to on motorcycles, and now I'm getting older, so mainly in a vehicle, but I always want to come back here. And I want to thank Tia, because she came to my house yesterday, that a lot of the items I mentioned at the last meeting, I kind of put on the back burner because I have some friends that are sick and just stuff going on in my family. And She assured me that those things are going to get done, even though I'd kind of forgotten them. And I'm just so appreciative of Kenai that, you know, we have our drug problems, we have our crime, but it's not anything like LA, and we need to be praying every day that it doesn't get there. We've had gang activity in Anchorage, Fairbanks, we have it. Anytime there's a lot amount of drugs, the cartel is here, the gangs are trying to come in. Sorry, I'm so nervous. But I just, you know, let's keep it that way. Let's keep doing what we're doing. I mean, we're here at a meeting, and we're talking about a dog park. How wholesome can you get? You know, and I'm praying every day over the city that it stays this way. That, you know, what's happening in Los Angeles, and if you don't believe me, watch Sean Hannity. Night after night, the gang members are taking over. In the courthouse, I mean, they know the corrupt people that are going to just let them right in and out of the jail. I mean, it's being taken over from within. Our country's being taken over. Our borders open. Biden's letting people come in that aren't vetted. I mean, it could get very bad here. So we need to keep our focus and keep it good here. And I don't know if you're Christian, I don't know what, but we need to keep praying that Kenai stay a city like a sanctuary city, and not the kind that the far left is talking about. Like a city where people come and have a dog park and have fun. You know, it's important. And I'm going to say another quick prayer, and this is really taking me out of my element, but I'm going to do it. So, Lord Jesus, thank you for this city. Cover it with your blood and keep your angels all around us. Lord, please be with anyone with drug problem. Lord, heal them. Lord, and please be with everyone in this city and actually the whole world. Lord, keep us safe and keep our eyes on you. And I pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Main? Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Cheryl, for coming and testifying. A lot of our conversations were following up on your previous testimony about the speeding that we're seeing across our city, adding in some stop signs that have been removed over the season, and then working on a citywide sex trafficking campaign for awareness due to the fact that we do see a lot of people from other states. It is an issue.
It's a big one.
It is a noted big issue in our state, so I just would like to let the public know what that conversation was, and that I do support doing an awareness campaign.
And that Paul, it also said that he talked to the chief, and the chief's going to put it on his website or the Facebook site for the police, and posters being made up. And Tia's going to work more with Paul on some better agreement on where those posters will go. Paul, you know what I'm talking about. That, you know, those parks and stuff need those posters. It's not to scare people. And in some ways it is. Children are being abducted right and left. So it is to scare people to watch their children better. Don't get me heated here. I'm going to try not to. You and I have not agreed on those things. So Tia's going to take care of that with you. So thank you, Tia, again.
Thank you, Ms. Main.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to public hearings, and we have moved item D11 to the top of the public hearing list, resolution number 2022-26, authorizing the use of additional land at the Dobbins Speck Family Park for expansion of the dog park. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd like to move resolution number 2022-2026, authorizing the use of additional land at the Dobbins Speck Family Park for expansion of the dog park.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-26? Seeing none, we'll bring it. Anybody online, Shelley?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Well, I guess there's a proposed amendment. Councilmember Winger, Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you. Is now the appropriate time for the amendment? Okay, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. As was pointed out in our discussion, there's a land description that must be changed. My amendment is to go to the resolution to section 1, and I will read that an additional 5.52 acres of land, exchange the word west
South
for south.
to west.
South, that's why I'm saying it backwards. Exchange south for the word west of the current dog park to be designated for the Kenai Community Dog Park Project.
Second request, unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we have resolution number 2022-26 as amended before us. Would this, either of the sponsors like to lead off? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I was well pleased with tonight's discussion, the presentation. I also went to Chamber today and enjoyed a similar presentation. I can see that there's widespread community support for this project. My phone has rung quite a bit, and all in a positive way for this idea. And I encourage all of us to vote in a positive way for the addition of this land. And thank you.
Further comment on resolution number 2022-26 as amended, Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think one thing that we've noted in this is we have 0.91 of an acre, and that's going to include a small dog park, that's going to include the gazebo and entry space, and then we have this ability to want a great functioning agility park. And as they mentioned, you start looking at 4 to 12 pieces. From everything I've researched, 12 pieces is about the average agility equipment area, which usually takes about half an acre. So if we want to drive people in for this use that is an obvious need within our community, just this land donation alone would make sure that they have a proper setup for agility. This gives a lot of room for people with large dogs. We have to remember, I have 200 plus 120-pound dogs. I think a lot of people have large dogs. So when you start looking at large dog, they do need an adequate amount of space to roam and exercise. And in the end, this is going to be in our Parks and Recs catalog. I mean, this is going to be an amazing feature for our community, and we have the chance at the start to make sure that they have the footprint that they need to have everything that would manage a successful park. So I think this is great, and I did attach a laydown as well of a study that was a suitability study that's been being done at the Abbott Loop community in Anchorage, and it does kind of expand off of some of what we heard in their presentation. And currently they've done the suitability study, and they've identified a spot kind of up on the hillside when you first come into Anchorage. It's called Lore Road. And they have, if you've ever been there, it's a nice-sized municipal park there. And that's probably going to be their next future expansion area, and it's going to be a 2.8-acre park, so that they can meet all the needs of a proper-sized dog park in that area. We're also seeing dog parks, as stated, in Seward and Nilchik, Tok, North Pole. Anchorage obviously has a whole handful. Chugiak, Eagle River is doing their own dog park, and it's going to be a very pretty much an encompassing project, and it's going to be a 4.8-acre dog park and recreational area. And that has been studied by their Parks and Recs department, and it's being completely funded by the capital fund. So unlike them, they're not having their community members go out and raise money and build a community park. They are funding the project 100% for 4.8-acre park. This dog park committee has done an amazing job on fundraising to make sure that this dream and aspirations for the community comes forward. So They've worked hard, and I just want to thank you guys for working hard and staying diligent with the city for the last 4+ years as this has been panning out. Thank you.
Further comments? Councilor Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I've taken the opportunity to kind of brush up on dog park design, and there really isn't any Bible for dog park design out there. This is what you do. They're pretty much guidelines and what people have done, and anything that is basically designed, it's kind of reverse engineering. They did it here and they did this over here, so why don't we do that too? 5-foot high fence. And so in doing this, I both measured the Kenai dog park and the Soldotna one. They're about an acre, and I did one up in Anchorage, and I see that there's more that are included here, and they're all about an acre, and which is what the American Kennel Association does recommend about an acre. And also, just in the internet, generally, they recommend half an acre to an acre in size for a dog park, a general dog park. And again, there isn't any real design standards. It's what you want to build. But we're at an acre right now, and or thereabouts. The fence posts are up. The mesh is ready to go up, and and we've kind of got a design going just to a certain point. And I think that future expansion of the dog park, which is what the presentation was, I think that's a great idea, that we have an area that we can expand into. But right now I think it's important to complete what we've started, and that we gave direction to city administration to do to build the thing, and see how it goes, and then expand it as we go, because there's room to expand. Putting up some additional fence posts and some mesh can be done at a later date. It would seem like an expense now that wouldn't be necessarily if we're not planning on expanding in there right away. But the posts are there. I don't object to the idea of this resolution to have an area that's kind of designated for the intent of that in the future. But I think we're at a pretty good size right now based on the internet information and the measurements I've got elsewhere. And, we could agree or disagree on that, but it's true. You can build it and hope they come, and if they come, well, it would be a pretty easy expansion then now, wouldn't it, to put in some additional fencing. So I'll leave it at that for right now.
Further discussion on resolution number 2022-26 as amended. Councilmember Sonert.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank all of the dog park volunteer committees for all the work that you have done over the years to put this together for our community. It will be greatly appreciated. As I look at the list of Anchorage parks on page 11, and I do see, some parks there that are about an acre, some that are even smaller than an acre, I would be interested in knowing what year these dog parks were made and what they were founded, because I have a hunch. I'll confess, here's my confession, I'm a newbie into the sport of agility with my young dog. I'm a brand new handler, okay? And my hunch is that dog parks originally began as a place where you could take your dog, you're in your motorhome or you're traveling, or you're a community resident. You take your dog there, the dog relieves himself, he runs off leash for a little bit, and then he comes back to you, you get in your motorhome or you get in your car and you go home. Well, agility has become one of the fastest growing sports in our country. And my hunch is that these smaller parks were not built with agility in mind. They were built basically to allow the dogs to have a place to go relieve themselves and maybe just get off leash for 5 minutes. But if this is not, we're looking at developing a community park for our dogs and also for the sport of our dogs. And there's quite a few people in this community that are becoming kind of involved with agility. To my knowledge, and like I said, I'm a newbie here, we host an agility competition at Skyview in July, and then I believe there's one at Kenai Central in September. Now, there may be more that I'm not aware of, but it is a sport, and it is growing, and it's and I just think we need to have the vision to pass this resolution and get the land there so that we can have a dog park that allows for people to go, people who don't have room, and training your dogs for agility is expensive to a certain extent, because you have to, like hockey has to buy ice time. When you're training your dog, you have to buy club kennel time to use the equipment, to have access to the trainers, things like that. And to have this readily available in our community, I think would just be a wonderful gift to our community. So anyway, that's all I have to say, and thank you, ladies, for putting all this together and for persevering.
Further discussion on resolution number 2022, Vice Mayor Glendening.
Yeah, just to embellish a little bit on some comments. I of course, am in favor of the .52 acre addition. And I would suggest that now that we have a corporate sponsor, we have momentum from the community, we have an active committee, we have the attention of our public works and our parks and rec. Now is the time to, of course, set aside this land and fence in at least the area and put a perimeter trail around. That can be the design intent now. We will have a better idea once the survey is done and once we have approved this resolution for our Public Works Director and our Parks and Rec Director to flesh out what can happen in the next phase of development. We should have the perimeter established, and we should have some idea of the size of the property. It's 150 foot roughly by 150 foot. We can look at our budget and see how and when to plan our expansion. And I would hope that would be in our design review and our design intent. Any questions? That's all I have.
Thank you. Further discussion on resolution number 2022. Councilmember Petty.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I would like to ask a question of the city manager in the current process and design of our current footprint. How does this affect the cost, and how does that affect the design that we just recently put this over into the capital project plan and the implications in regards to that, sir?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Petty. So Mr. Curtin just had the first meeting with the Dog Park Committee last night to try to begin identifying the scope of the project. So we really don't have an identified scope at this point, so it's hard to anticipate what additional costs might be. The only additional cost I can say for certain, if this resolution passes, that we would have to re-subdivide the property to combine this with the Dobbin Speck Pond property. You know, and that's a subdivision of that is going to be probably $3,000 or $4,000. But other additional costs, I don't have an idea of those yet, just simply because the scope of the project hasn't been clearly identified yet.
Councilmember Petty.
A follow-up question. Is there a current value on that land at this point in time, sir?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Petty, we do not have a valuation on it.
I do have a follow-up. Since you mentioned is the subdivision, would this require, or is the intent to do a replat or just a survey?
Mayor Gabriel, the original intent was just a survey, an as-built survey of what is in existence, and to confirm that the improvements that were installed the last couple of years are on the Dobbin Speck Pond parcel. If the resolution passes, that survey would be expanded to not only do an as-built of what's existing, but also then to replat the property to add this additional property, similar to what we did back in 2018 when the original request came through.
So would that be something that would go to, before the borough's planning and zoning and before it came back to us?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, it would go through the normal plating process, depending on staffing levels at the borough, which has been tricky lately, 120 to 150 days for completion of the replat.
Okay. I guess would that delay this? I mean, I guess from the perspective of being a future fenced-in area, I mean, I don't know. I get thoughts on that. I guess.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. If the resolution was passed, we could ask the surveyor to stake the area that would be included in that parcel, which would allow work to begin before the replat was completed. We would just have to be very diligent about making sure that all improvements were within that staked area, so then when the replat was done, we wouldn't have to go back through another replatting process to capture an additional area that might have been encroached on. But okay. If we had the surveyor stake that area out, the work could continue.
Okay. Further questions on Councilmember Petty?
Yes, in this planning process that they're doing, I know that it was mentioned about a safety point, about a choke point. with the current land that's available, could that be excluded so that there would not be a safety issue involved?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Petty, I'm not sure I completely understand the question. The choke point, I think, was to the south, which is not the land that they're proposing to expand to. They're proposing to expand to the west, so I don't think the choke point is an issue.
So will it still be an issue because it's still there?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Petty, that was an area that was a potential expansion area to the south, and it was determined that if it were expanded to the south that way, that there would be a choke point issue. So since we're not expanding into that area now, that's not going to be a part that the dog park encompasses. The choke point will no longer be an issue.
Further discussion? Councilmember Naxton.
Back to the survey. I mean, it's city property, and we can put a fence anywhere we want on our property, and in the future. So, would it be something that can be fenced and then subdivided at a later date? We don't even know if it's going to be fenced. I mean, and as we move forward in our discussion here, you know, it's a future expansion, so, which may not happen this year or next year, and there could be another park, could be something else, and it seems like moving ahead with the subdivision until, and we can put the fence up if we want, and then subdivide later. But you recommend doing it first, or do you recommend that we could do it afterwards?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Council Member Naxted, I honestly don't have a preference either way. I think either way is doable. The first phase of this, when before the clearing occurred, we did replat, and then we knew exactly where those boundaries were. In this case, if this resolution passes and we directed the surveyor specifically to outline that new area where the expansion would occur, I would probably recommend that the replat does not occur until at least the first phase of the dog park is completed.
That you could actually have the surveyor set the corners as well, and then plat later, and then you've got a solid point out there.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. From my conversations with the Dog Park Committee, who are still here, my understanding is they, with this new partnership with Home Depot and the extra 300 square foot of fencing, they would fence this and it would become a utilized area. So it would become a fenced used area, and they can correct me, but I think that's the intention, not to do it at a later time, but as they're kind of still at the beginning building part of this, just starting to get their fencing in, they kind of halted and stopped, said, hey, our conceptual drawing isn't really matching up with this footprint, and so that's really why they came back, is so that they can put the adequate amount of fencing in, and we're not going to go through this a third or fourth time down the line. And they can correct me, they're here, I see them shaking their heads, so it sounds like they intend on getting this resolution hopefully passed and fencing that area in for use.
Further discussion? Councilmember Petty.
A question, if this resolution does not pass, do they still have partnerships with our community, Home Depot and Walmart?
That would probably be a question. Yeah, I would presume they would, yes. I'm guessing. No. Further discussion? I do have a sort of a question for administration here, as far as for my purpose. When I read this resolution, you know, it said the property to the south. The last time the dog folks were in here presenting, they had mentioned doing this area to the south. There was a gal from Soldana that was here that kind of mentioned the choke point issue, but I still thought that area was going to be delineated somewhat similar to what was proposed to the south. Now I just found out that it's to the west, which is, it's fine, but it's just, I guess from my perspective, is there a problem with a postponement for my perspective to know, to give administration, we gave this to administration and asked them to, turn it over to our Public Works Department and go through that process. And I'm not even sure they're aware they knew where this was at or what that property is. I would like it, can you give me an opinion, I guess, Mr. Ostrander, as far as, how that would affect administration moving forward?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. When I originally saw the resolution and I saw that it was an expansion to the south, I had concerns because we wouldn't really know what the acreage that was available for expansion to the south until and after the survey was completed, which I think would have supported postponement. The expansion to the west clearly identifies the 150 by 154 or whatever is much easier to quantify and would be easier to administer. I guess I would like to get Mr. Curtin's input on this to make sure that as far as a project management perspective, if there's concerns with the resolution going through tonight or if a postponement could potentially benefit the project in some way.
Mr. Curtin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Manager Ostrander. Yes, I agree that, my issue with the conceptual plan initially is there is no dimensions associated with it. We don't have an existing survey out on the property itself. So as a construction guy, to take essentially a photograph and understand where I am in the world out there with what we're trying to build, not having that survey was very complicated for me. Having dimensions now of the 150 by 150, that makes my job substantially easier. For me, I'm less concerned with whether your council decides to develop that area now or in the future. Essentially makes no difference to me. It's just understanding the world that I'm going to live in with this park, and then going forward how we're going to install the request within that area. So prior to that survey, it's very challenging. It's challenging for me to do things like establish a cost estimate and locate things like pavilions and utilities and all of those things that we need to incorporate in the project, which after last night's meeting, I think they actually have a pretty good understanding of a lot of the wants and needs to make the park come to fruition. But what we were lacking is a lot of the numbers. And similar to what Crystal mentioned, I'm a numbers guy as well. So I need dimensions and kind of, what you guys, what council would like me to, work within. So I agree. The 150 by 150 tremendously helps me in that regard.
Yeah, very good. And the purpose of that question, I've been pretty consistent in my messaging, is that I think that if we're going to do this park, that this park needs to be done right. If it's going to get our name on it, that we have the elements and we have the size and the things that make the park a place, a destination that people want to go to, instead of something that's haphazardly built. And I think at some level the laydown that Ms. Winger provided regarding the feasibility study just showed what a community went through to determine before they even broke ground sort of what they wanted in this. That's what you do as far as scoping goes, and I think that's important. So I just wanted to clarify that with your role is scoping this project and doing this. I have no objection to this. Is that what makes this park better? But I wanted your administration weigh in here to let us know, how that fits together. So that's where I'm at. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. And I sent this copy to our attorney, and when I read the map and placed it, I put it as south because I thought I was facing north, and realized it was east and west. So that is completely just my mistake on looking at the map and trying to place it in this resolution. And just want to say that the Dog Park Committee, when they've originally worked on this conceptual design and the clearing of the land, was all done with with working with our Parks and Recs department. So I think clarifying some of these things, and I do take full accountability for putting south in and creating any confusion in that language because it was to the west. So I just wanted to state that was just my error.
Yeah, no problem. Councilmember next then.
Okay, so based on what I thought I heard, we can expect the fencing to be paid for or donated and installed by the volunteers funding. Who's going to pay for the fencing? If it's being paid by the volunteers or the dog park, because they have that, I'm kind of more inclined to kind of move ahead. And if that is the intent, that it's not a city cost, then I'd like to add a whereas specifically stating that the installation of the fencing and removal of the other posts that are already there will not be a cost to the city itself if we're doing the donation of the property. And I'm not sure who to ask since, you agree to that? I think if I'm going to add a whereas, I'd like to have a quick at ease.
Let's take a 10-minute at ease.
She's doing good.
Isn't it hard for me to get up and talk?
Back on the record, Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd like to add a whereas. I'd like to add a whereas at the very end, the last whereas. We'll say, whereas the funding for the fencing, materials, and installation for the additional 0.52 acres will be funded by the dog park donations through the Kenai Community Foundation.
Is there a second? Sir.
Second that.
Second, discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Naxton.
Oh, sorry, it was still on, but I understand from the dog park folks that they're nodding yes, that sounds reasonable. You're getting all the donation and all that and fireweed. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there an objection? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, object. Take a vote, please.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Petty?
With the additional whereas, it had been my prerogative formally because I feel like a dog park is an asset to our community. I know our volunteers have come and asked, from what I understood, that they were asking, if you'll give us our land, then we can move forward. And I've been through this whole process, and they said, yes, we could take care of everything else if you could give us the land. And then they came back and asked for $25,000. And with the $25,000, that's what we need, and that was given. And then the city donated or funded $63,000 into it, and that was a big, huge bonus. And then there's this additional ask of another half acre. If you'll just give me one more half acre, then we're golden. Well, I thought we were golden on the first ask, and now we're into the fourth ask. I was not inclined to move forward with this, but with the new whereas that Councilmember Naxted has included in this, I will reluctantly vote in the affirmative for this. Hoping that this is the necessary conclusion needed to make this move forward. And it's my understanding that the administration and Mr. Curtin will be creating the scope and moving forward with this, so this can be a successful opportunity for our community. And I look forward to the completion of a successful dog park for our community without any additional ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? I will be supporting the amendment. I think this was a continuation of the public community partnership that they wanted to see in this project, and it definitely shows the pride in the work that they've done to move this forward. So with that, if there's no further discussion, I would ask the clerk to please call the roll. We're voting on your amendment.
Okay, I think I
Or
asked
the
for
whereas.
unanimous consent for the
You
amendment.
did, but then Vice Mayor Glendenning objected to unanimous consent.
Oh,
Councilmember Sonart?
Clarification, we are voting on the whereas
Correct.
and not the resolution.
Correct. The amended, the proposed amendment by Councilmember Naxted that added the whereas.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
No.
Councilmember Naxted?
yes?
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
No.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
No.
You have 4 yes votes and 3 no votes.
So we'll come back to resolution number 2022-26 as amended. Further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Winger,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted,
Yes?
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning,
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden,
Yes.
Councilmember Says. I'm sorry, Councilmember Sonart.
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that brings us to our next item, which is item G5, our action approval, which we had moved through the agenda approval. It's an action approval item, consent to assign an assumption of lease agreement of Lot 5, Block 1, Gusty Subdivision Edition Number 1 amended to Forever Business Plaza LLC. And if there's no objection, I know we have Mr. Swanson here this evening. I don't know, we don't normally provide testimony, but I would ask if he has anything to say, and you certainly have the floor, Mr. Swanson.
I will take 60 seconds to just tell you what I'm thinking with my plans for this assignment of lease. I'm in the process of purchasing the building as well. And with that, there's a couple of tenants that would remain in there. My intention is to remove all the old car wash equipment, clean the building up, and make some repairs to the building. But more importantly, my main driver of this is to bring some of my other family's businesses to Kenai, namely Pita Pit. We would do that in the form of bringing our food trailer that we have that we normally travel around with, and actually parking it on the property and setting up in a more permanent location so we don't have to drag it around all over the place, with the intentions of trying to expand from there into further development that we've been in conversation with city management so far on too. So I thank you for your time.
Do you mind taking questions?
Absolutely.
Any questions, Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you for just outlining it. I know the Moffis family very closely. So I think it's great that you're going to continue to allow the tenants to go there. The Barker shop, they're just booming for their business. I think booming at the seams. I know Dawn at one time had actually offered the old car wash space to the Kenai Caveman Wrestling Club as they were kind of kicked out of the school location. So there is just endless possibilities of what can be used in that part of the facility that's just really been underutilized. So I look forward to seeing what you're going to do with that building and what you'll bring in. And just bringing your Pita Pit cart there would just be amazing, servicing the PU fishery that parks there, the baseball games, just the countless flow of events. So I just thank you for considering coming into Kenai and working with the Moffis family through a hard time and kind of bringing a little bit more to the area. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And I appreciate that. Just to add on to that, and I appreciate what Councilmember Naxted said earlier, is he likes planning ahead. And there is a bigger picture vision here than certainly just taking over a lease and purchasing a building. And with that is providing further improvement there to actually look at trying to purchase the land itself from the city, which we've initiated the process on, and looking actually at the adjoining lot next door to be able to create some additional space. One of the main challenges of that is being a car wash. It wasn't a challenge for parking or additional space there, but it's a very tight lot, which will very much limit what can be expanded on there. So my vision is much bigger than this, but this is the start of it.
Just a follow-up?
Yes, follow-up.
Well, I look forward to seeing your vision grow of that space and wish you the best of luck. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes, thank you for your vision and coming into Kenai. Kenai is open for business, and we wish you the greatest success, and please don't hesitate to reach out to administration or to any of the council members how we can facilitate and work with you. So
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion, questions? Yeah, I'd like to chime in and say thanks for coming over to Kenai, just so for folks that don't know, Mr. Swanson, when I coached head-to-head quite often in high school, when I was coaching Kenai Central High School, I was over at SoHi, so a lot of battles, so I'm glad to see you coming over to Kenai, putting your arm around us here.
Well, you got to reach out and love, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So what we have before us, council, is an action approval. We got a motion to approve. Councilmember Nexton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent to assignment and assumption of lease agreement of Lot 5, Block 1, Gusty subdivision from Don Moffus and Joanne Doyle to Forever Business Plaza LLC.
I'll second.
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, that action was approved. The consent to assignment and assumption of lease agreement of Lot 5, Block 1, Gusty subdivision, addition number 1, amended to Forever Business Plaza LLC. Thank you, council. So that syncs us to the old item D1, which is now item D2, accepting a grant from the Federal Aviation Administration under the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act 2021 and appropriating funds into the Special Revenue Fund. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Nexton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to enact ordinance 3277-2022.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3277-2022? Do we have anybody online, Shelley?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Councilmember Nexton.
Just that I'll take $137 any day.
Yeah. I know. I thought it was originally 137,000. Any further discussion from council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Nexted?
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3277-2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up, we have item D3, ordinance number 3278-2022, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the airport special revenue and airport improvements, capital project funds, and authorizing a professional services agreement amendment to complete design phase services for the Kenai Municipal Airport Runway Rehabilitation Project. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Nexton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to enact ordinance 3278-2022.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3278-2022? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Discussion, consideration from council. Councilmember Nexton.
Of course, I like numbers too. We were talking earlier, and I'd like to kind of point out that this increases the consultant's fee for the completion of the project, and it comes out to about 4.5% of the total estimated project cost, which is in line with design standard costs, I think.
Thank you. Further discussion on ordinance number 3278-2022? Call it Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just point out the obvious. The costs associated with the ordinance are anticipated to be grant eligible from the FAA. This is the total cost to include the amount we're including now, correct?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning, yes, this is the total cost, and we anticipate that it will be grant eligible.
Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Nexted?
Yes?
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3278-2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up, we have item D4, ordinance number 3279-2022, accepting and appropriating a State of Alaska grant passed through the Southern Region EMS Council Incorporated for 3 scoop stretchers, 3 adult vacuum splints, and 3 pediatric vacuum splints. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Nexton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to enact ordinance 3279, 2022.
I second it.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3279-2022?
No hands raised.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Anderson who applied for this grant. I think this is great. If you've ever done any emergency response or disaster response, you really can't have too many splints or any medical devices. So I'm completely in support of this and just want to say thank you to Mr. Anderson for applying for this.
Further discussion? Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, just to refresh my understanding of what a scoop stretcher is, this is an idea that someone is on the ground. You have the device and it opens up like a clamshell and goes under their back and they're lifted up. Is that
correct? That's my understanding.
That's how I learned it.
I'll skip straight to Councilmember Bays then.
We'll go
Mr.
right-
Bays, because otherwise I don't see our
That's
fire
how I
chief
learned
here.
it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Bays.
No, Mr. Glendon, your Vice Chair, Vice Mayor, you're correct. That's what it's like. That's exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on ordinance number 3279-2022? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted?
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance number 3279, 2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up, item D5, ordinance number 3280-2022, accepting and appropriating a volunteer fire assistance grant from the United States Department of Agriculture and Forest Service passed through the State of Alaska Division of Forestry for the purchase of forestry firefighting equipment. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to enact ordinance 3280, 2022.
Second.
Vice Mayor Glendenning seconded. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3280-2022?
No hands raised.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'll be in support of this. I think it's always great, again, to get as much emergency equipment. As you look around, spruce bark beetle is a real thing in our city. We have a lot of down dead trees. I would hope that people will take this advantage as spring comes to properly clear their properties for fire spacing. We do have a fire-wise plan, and I think just having the tools, if our guys get called out, which they did get called out, I think it was a year or two ago, to a fire out behind Inlet Woods, and they were able to respond aggressively and get that controlled and put out. So I think this is great to add more tools to their toolbox.
Any further discussion on ordinance number 3280-2022? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted?
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance number 3280, 2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up, item D6, ordinance number 3281-2022, accepting and appropriating an American Rescue Plan Act grant passed through the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services for Kenai Senior Center expenditures in support of its response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to enact ordinance 3281, 2022.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3281-2022?
No hands. There's no remote attendees any longer.
Thank you. Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from council. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you. If it's okay, through the city manager, if perhaps, I see we have our manager for the senior center, maybe she might want to speak to this. She probably got the grant.
Thank you. Ms. Romaine through the city manager.
Councilmember Naxted, through the city manager. We get a yearly grant from the state of Alaska. It's usually over 200 and some thousand that we get. I believe this year was in the 230s. We knew that they would have ARPA funds in addition to that would be coming. We knew that last fall. They just made that clear to us earlier this month that it was the $45,000 increase, and that's what that is. And we spend this through June 30th. We have to spend it.
Thank you. Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'll be in support of this, and I just want to say, Kathy, thank you. I know this will go a long way for all the seniors you're servicing. I know through COVID, with everybody being homebound, you guys did see more meals delivered, which means more expense, more wear and tear on our vehicles. And with the increase of people, this will help make sure that you guys can continue to provide the amazing services you give them. So completely in support of this. I think it's great to help continue with your efforts, and just thank you for everything you do over there.
Thank you. Councilmember Petty?
Yes, Ms. Romaine, I did want to say I appreciate your proactive opportunities in finding grants that help our seniors over there, and I will be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted?
Yes?
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3281, 2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up is item D7, ordinance number 3282-2022, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the Water and Sewer Special Revenue Fund and Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvements Capital Project Fund to provide supplemental funding for the sludge press replacement project. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to enact ordinance 3282-2022.
I'll second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3282-2022? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor. In our packets, a requested amendment.
Yes.
So I thought I'd go right to that. I'll go ahead and read the whole thing, since it's kind of necessary. Replace the fourth whereas with the following whereases. Whereas a contract amendment to HDL Engineering in the amount of $87,144 is needed to complete the additional scope of work within the design, and whereas the additional code issues and design contract amendment required additional funding in the amount of $840,000, bringing the total funding to date for the project to $2,040,000, and replace Section 3 with the city manager is authorized to execute a contract amendment with HDL Engineering in the amount of $87,144 and increase the existing purchase order 121735 by the same amount, and renumber the remaining sections accordingly.
I'll second that.
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested on the amendment. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the amendment is approved. We now have ordinance number 3282-2022 as amended before us. Deliberation, comments from council. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I have a question for the city manager. Are these funds derived from ARPA funds, which can be applied to this type of project?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning. No, these are funds that are coming from the Water and Sewer Fund. These are not ARPA funds.
Just a follow-up question. We have received ARPA funds, and they are lodged where? In our general fund, or are they a separate line item?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning. The ARPA funds received to date are in the general fund.
Are they a separate line item, or they're just aggregated with the general fund?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Glendenning, they're just in the general fund. They're not differentiated in any way from the other general fund monies.
So my conclusion is that we don't have a delineation of how we expended the ARPA funds. They are just there to be to be spent as necessary.
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Glendenning, yes, that is accurate.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm in support of this, and I just want to say to Mr. Curtin, who's here, I appreciate you and all you've done over there. I've gotten to tour your facility a few times. I fully support what you're doing and the cost-saving measures you're looking at for our city, and this is just one of the key pieces we need to get in line for you to do the proper job. So thank you for all you do.
Further discussion, Councilmember Petty?
Mayor Gabriel, I would like to ask through you, Mr. Curtin, when he anticipates the completion of this, please? If he has that
Through the city
information.
manager, Mr. Curtin.
Through the mayor, Councilman Petty, thank you. So we're finishing up design documents right now. As council might recall, we actually have already ordered the new press itself. It's been in fabrication. It's actually set to arrive in July. We did that because it was a very long lead item, and we knew that, and we knew the press that we wanted. So we got that design incorporated, and then we ordered it. And we've been working through the design. So the design is approaching 95% completion right now. I'll have those documents in hand to go out for bid towards the end of May. We'll go out for 3 weeks, and then we'll have an actual construction contract underway. The press, because it'll happen to be to arrive quickly in June because of our ordering, that'll come online pretty quickly. Some of the additional work that we have here is the result of those, council might recall, the functional assessments that we've done that identified other shortcomings in the property. So this isn't to say specifically that the sludge press itself got more expensive. It's the other issues that are in the area that make sense to do now to avoid having to do later and pay for things twice. So this is addressing code issues. There'll be some air handling equipment that's going to go up on the roof to increase the air exchanges, which is going to resolve some code issues down there for us. So that piece of equipment has not been ordered yet, so that will take some time with the supply chain and things like that. So the project it's expected to continue on through the year, and then depending on the delivery and submittal times for some of those long lead items, it may extend longer. But I do expect the press to be operational this fall and likely final commissioned, meaning it's going to operate and the engineers will be able to walk away from it right around the holiday season, sometime between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, just thank you, Administrator Curtin. You've kept us apprised of everything that's going on with your projects, not only with this specific one, but anything having to do with the systems you touch, and there are no surprises here, and I will wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Nexon.
Yeah, I wanted to echo some of the same words, thanking Mr. Curtin for his work down there. I know before your arrival that the sewer treatment plant was somewhat neglected. It didn't really get a lot of the work done down there that they need to, and you're bringing that up to pretty much ship shape, and this is just another example of probably some work that should have been done a long time ago, I'm guessing. And we'll leave it at that. But anyway, it's getting done now, and I'm really pleased to see this this press coming, and it's coming soon. And I want to see it, even if it's not operational, kind of in place down there. So keep us informed.
Thank you. Further discussion, City Manager Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just thought this might be an appropriate time. Mr. Curtin and I met today with HDL, which is our term contract engineer for wastewater and water in the sewer or in the city. And there's a significant number of projects they've identified through their assessment that need to be completed in the city over the next 2 to 5 years, and they're to the point where the utility is not going to be able to afford all of those. Based on the revenues that they receive through the users of the utility. I did ask Mr. Curtin, and he submitted a request for $2.9 million of a congressionally designated spending, which is a fancy word for earmarks, which were instituted this last year. So we have put a request in with Murkowski's office for $2.9 million, which would pay for a new building where the digester blowers are going to be situated there, which is a big improvement for that facility. But beyond that, in the utility itself, both in the wastewater and water, there's significant needs that, again, the utility is not going to be able to afford with our current revenue stream. So it's quite likely that we're going to have to pursue low-interest loans through the state revolving fund, which is an excellent opportunity specifically for wastewater and water facilities in the state to get very, very low-interest loans. It would require approval by the voters, and this is probably not something that's going to be on this year's ballot, but just council should anticipate that to fund these projects to the level that Mr. Curtin and his team have identified is going to require some diligence on our part to pursue every grant opportunity we possibly can, plus potentially look to tap into that state revolving loan fund.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes, through the mayor for city manager. With our interest rates anticipating moving up, would it be more advantageous to go before the voters sooner than later, knowing that we do have these needs so that we could capitalize on the lower interest rates, sir?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Petty. Ideally, we would probably do that, although I think at this point it's probably a little bit premature because we only have so much capacity to do these projects at each time. It's something that we should probably discuss to see if the timing does work to do that. I mean, if the CDS request doesn't come through, that's something we'd want to look at potentially. What it would mean is we would allow our utility fund balance to increase and in the interim pay for some of these larger projects through that state revolving loan fund. But we will continue to have those discussions to determine what makes the most sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I also have a question for City Manager Ostrander. You said that you put the request in to Lisa Murkowski's office. Did you also put one in with Dan Sullivan? Simply because Lisa Murkowski is in an election year. So if she's not reelected, how would this request fall? Obviously through her office. So has this been put in with Dan Sullivan's office as well? And then if we're looking at, I think you said 2.9 million. Is that the number you said? 2.9. We're getting 1.8 million in ARPA funds. Are we not able to use our ARPA funds to go towards this? And then I know there was talks about other federal dollars to specifically support water and sewer. Would that money help so that we don't get in this position if our request doesn't come through?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger. So that the CDS request was a form that was issued by Murkowski's office. And the reason that is because all the CDS appropriations this year were from Murkowski's office because she was co-chair of the Appropriations Committee, I believe. So all of the $230 million that came to the state this last year was through her office. So she's the one we're submitting to now. If she loses the election, all that likely means is that the amount of appropriations in the state of Alaska will just go down significantly. As far as if ARPA funds could be used for the utility, there's nothing that would restrict council from using ARPA funds for the utility. ARPA funds are in the general fund, and we don't generally like to use general fund dollars to support the utility. They're separate funds. I do think there is a big opportunity in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that you talk about, all the federal dollars that are all the notice of funding opportunities that are going to be coming out over the next 2 to 5 years that will be specifically to support water and sewer utilities like ours. I do think there's going to be big opportunities for that as well. And we went to a grant symposium, Mr. Curtin and I, last Monday, to talk specifically about those opportunities. So that's something that we're very aware of and will continue to pursue every opportunity that we can.
A follow-up?
Follow-ups?
Is our part-time grant writer, will he be specifically looking for grants to apply to this as well? Is that a specific project that would be on his radar to be applying for grants?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Winger. Yeah, actually, Riley was at that symposium as well. And yeah, that's definitely a part of his scope. And, you know, we are, through the budget process, looking to expand that to a 40-hour position this next year just because of the number of NOFOs that are going to be issued. I think that we need that extra horsepower to make sure that we are staying on top of all these opportunities so that we can make sure that we're applying for the appropriate ones.
Any further discussion? I do have a question. Maybe it's probably for Mr. Curtin, because I think there was, well, I'll throw it out there. There was another issue identified. There was regarding any National Electrical Code deficiencies that were required to upgrade certain areas of the plant to Class 1, Division 1. And I think part of the workaround is to design a ventilation which provides more air exchange, which I get that and I support that. But I guess my question is at this point, there's a safety issue, or how is that being handled now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so to clarify that, if for those of you that have been on the property, you know, that ops building it's all open. So when you go in where the actual process, the treatment process is taking place, it's all exposed to each other. So we've got essentially a very wet environment and an environment that has sewer gases present. There's some pits in there where the screens have the ability to operate. And that environment being open and exposed to other equipment with high voltage electrical requirements runs a risk of without being handled, Class 1 Div 1 is essentially explosion proofing electrical requirements. That's what that does. And you can address it in multiple ways. Code allows you to do certain things to still comply with it, and one of them is alleviating the presence of those sewer gas, which you can do through ventilation. For us, that was the less expensive, less painful option with the current building that we have, as opposed to going through the entire building and replacing all electrical connections with much more expensive, much more robust, much more, frankly, challenging to install electrical work to get everything else into compliance. So this is a way that we're essentially effectively spending money where we need to comply with code and ensuring the safety of the staff that we have. So,
Thank you, Mr. Curtin.
thank you.
So that part that was identified that's the design portion of the ventilation. Is that correct?
So yeah, so the
$80,000.
additional money to HDL Engineering is essentially is paying for those additional scope service items. So that includes the installation of a rooftop ventilation unit and all of the components to get that to comply with code. So yeah, it's additional design that was not in the original scope of work.
Thank you. Any further discussion on ordinance number 3282-2022 as amended? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted?
Yes?
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3282-2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Are we doing okay, council? Everybody's doing okay? Keep going? Okay. Next up, we have item D7, ordinance number 3283-2022, authorizing a budget revision in the Airport Special Revenue Fund and increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the Terminal Improvement Capital Project Fund for design services for the terminal landscaping project. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-25.
Second.
What, yeah.
Sorry, I was on the wrong one.
Yeah, I was just going to say that didn't sound familiar.
Okay. Well, I was just checking you guys out. You're paying attention. Good. I move to adopt, yes, Resolution 2022-23.
We're an ordinance.
It's an ordinance.
Yeah, 3283.
I scratched it off.
So we're gonna-
Okay. I move to enact ordinance. Well, we'll see if it works. I do move to enact ordinance 3283-2022 then.
Second.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3283-2022? Seeing, hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council? Councilmember Sonart.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So I have a couple questions, and I think my questions go to Mr. Curtin about the landscaping. Prior to the remodel on the airport, okay, let me back up. The ordinance is to approve $15,000 to hire a professional landscape architect, correct? So my question would be, because I saw on another document somewhere that there was $100,000, approximately $100,000 set aside for the landscaping project in totality. So my question is that for hard structures like irrigation and things for this landscaping project? And prior to the remodeling, were there like perennials or deciduous shrubs or bushes or evergreens that were always there and that they needed to have a watering system? I mean, to be honest, I looked at that and I thought $100,000 for summer flowers? And I was trying to think back over the years coming and going from the airport, and what sticks in my mind are the beautiful hanging flower baskets above, and I remember a few whiskey barrels below, but I don't remember the perennials or the trees or the shrubs that were there that obviously needed irrigation. So just fill me in here.
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Sonart, I'll take a shot at that, and Scott can fill in if there's anything that I miss. So, first of all, this is $15,000 that comes out of the airfield utilities. So it comes directly from the airport for this $15,000. So there still will be $100,000 remaining for the landscaping at the terminal. There were some trees that were in the front of the terminal, I believe, had to be removed, and Scott can probably fill you in on that. As far as the scope and what the $100,000 would pay for, that's really what the landscape architect is going to identify. I will tell you that there's been several discussions about irrigation there and the need for irrigation. I think ultimately we want to make sure when you drive up to the terminal building, because it is oftentimes the first thing that people see and then the last thing they see when they leave, that we want to make sure that it's nice. I know that the Airport Commission and Airport Administration would like to see some type of feature there that would be appealing to the eye when you come up to the terminal. So there are several things that I know they're discussing. We'll know much better whether $100,000 is the right number once the professional architect gets done with the design itself.
So in your opinion, do you foresee this project being a huge improvement over what was previously there?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Sonart. An improvement, certainly we hope it would be. A huge improvement, I'm not sure how I would measure that necessarily, but we want to make sure that it looks really nice and that it lends additional appeal to what is a brand new terminal building that we're really proud of. So we want to make sure that the landscaping there in front of the terminal is very nice.
Did that answer your question, Councilmember Sonart?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Naxton?
Thank you. I was reminded at the last airport meeting, and I was there when the Airport Commission looked. I think Bob Frade has brought in several scenarios for landscaping, different types of trees, shrubbery, that kind of stuff, and that the Airport Commission had reviewed it and had selected a general plan. And at the last meeting, they were asking about that, if the plan was going to be utilized in any way. And so what I'm suggesting is probably dig up that meeting, what plan was suggested, provide that to the consultant, and I guess then the question I have for the city manager, would the consultant then also bring that to the Airport Commission for their review before us?
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Naxted, they certainly could, and I think it's a good idea for them to be engaged in that process as well.
Thank you. And a lot of the discussion a year and a half ago, or whenever it was, a year ago, had to do with low maintenance type of trees that are kind of common around here that you don't have to deal with so much. Maybe spruce trees and that kind of stuff, but pine.
Councilmember Basin?
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess the question dealing with Councilmember Sonart sits on a beautification committee. You talked about airport. Does the beautification committee deal with the flowers and plants at the airport also? I don't know that answer. And if so, maybe they need to be also maybe just kind of in the loop too when it comes to the consultation.
Mr. Oshner?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Baisden, I don't think typically the beautification committee does deal with the flowers and such at the airport. That's handled by the airport itself. But seeing as how they are the beautification committee, I mean, I don't see why it would hurt to have them weigh in. They have an eye for beauty, right? That's what's a requirement of that commission. So we could do that as well.
I think they do the upkeep on the planters that are probably technically on airport property in some areas. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, just a just a question. So we're talking about the land that's just in front of the terminal for the landscaping. Is that right? Just that strip of land.
Mr. Oshner?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, it's essentially the front of the terminal building. It curls around the north end just a little bit as well, and maybe a little bit around the south, but primarily just in the front arrival departure area.
Just a question of scale. With all the pre-work that's been done and the consideration that's been given to perhaps conceptually pre-design the landscaping, is $15,000 too much, or is he going to spend the 15, or is he just going to perhaps look at what's been presented and put some sideboards on it?
Mr. Oshner?
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Glendenning, the $15,000 was based on, architect being somewhere between 10 and 15% of the total project cost. So with $100,000 to $15,000, I would anticipate that it's going to be slightly less than that. We will go out to a competitive bid on that, and again, I would anticipate that it would be less.
Okay, the facetious Scotsman in me says 15,000 to buy a lot of grass seed, but I see the idea behind having a how can we say, a pleasing, presentable view to the terminal, and I support this idea. I just like us to be as thrifty as we can. Thank you.
Further discussion on ordinance number 3283-2022? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxton?
Yes?
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3283-2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up, we have item D9, resolution number 2022-23, authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment to the City of Kenai's participation agreement with the Public Employees Retirement System to remove the program or project employee category of employees from the participation effective July 1st, 2022. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to adopt Resolution 2022-23.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-23? Seeing or hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just a question. We are basically creating a per diem employee, someone that has limited, how can we say, tenure. Is the intent to renew the work scope and duties of this individuals every 6 months? Is that what I see from the memo as a rolling 6 month window, or can it be extended longer? Maybe you could educate me on how this affects the PERS understanding.
Mr. O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. So the way our code is currently written, temporary employees can only be employed for a maximum of 6 months. So this new category of employee would allow us to hire someone on a temporary basis for a project of some type. And the current example is our grants writer position. So the grants writer position that we have now, we can only fund that position for 6 months at a time. This would allow us to fund that position for, say, 3 to 5 years even, because that's the time that we're expecting this Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act money to be available. So we want to have that grant writer on for that certain period of time. So it allows us additional flexibility beyond that. What this resolution does is it removes that position from PERS participation, which means that this will be a fully benefited position, except they will not be in the PERS system. And the reason that makes sense for the city is that if we have a position that is in PERS, if we ever remove that position, and it's a unique position within the city, we're subject to what's called a termination study. And that termination study potentially puts the city on the hook to pay the PERS portion of that employee in essentially perpetuity. So this allows us to bring a person on for a certain period of time outside of PERS, so that when that project ends and they're terminated or they leave employment, that we won't be subject to that termination study.
So if I understand correctly, then this is predicated on the idea that we will have dedicated federal funds for this type of employment, this type of activities, and at some point in time, we know that those funds will dry up, and then we'll revisit the issue of a grant writer at that time. Is my understanding correct?
Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning, yes, as soon as we determine that the need isn't there for the grant writer position, that position will be eliminated. I can see this category of employee being used in a multitude of other ways. For example, when we brought Mary Toll on to help with the land management plan, we were restricted under code for 6 months, and then she'd have to leave employment for a certain period of time, then she could come back on. This would allow someone like that, if there's a specific project we need to bring them on for, that they could work for a longer period of time, and not in the PERS system, but again, we would not be subject to that termination study when that position is eliminated.
Thank you for the explanation.
Further discussion of resolution number 2022-23. Councilmember Petty.
Yes, I'd like to thank the city manager for having the foresight to implement this and suggest this so that we wouldn't be subject to that. Thank you very much.
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-23 is adopted. Next up, we have item D10, resolution number 2022-24, authorizing a construction contract award for the Mission Avenue Water Main Improvements Project. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution 2022-24.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-24? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Deliberation from council. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, just a question of timing and scope. This project is not all that complex, but it's necessary. Will it be done in this construction season?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning. I'll ask Mr. Curtin to weigh in on this one.
Mr. Curtin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the city manager. Yes, imminently. So this is a huge priority project for us. So this is one of those items that, there's some risk involved with this. We're fortunate that we know about it now, and it's not to be surprised later. But as we all know, bluff erosion is an ongoing, continuing thing. We have a water main that is nearing the edge of that bluff, and it's just a matter of time before it's going to be at the bottom of the bluff. So this project is preempting that. We're going to go ahead and abandon that pipe in place. We're not going to remove it because we don't want to dig up and disturb the area near the bluff's edge, because it would only encourage the erosion. But we're going to step back to a safe distance, cut into the existing main, and cap those and redo a service on a house there adjacent to the church at the end of Mission there. So. Yes, it's a huge priority. So to be honest with you, I've already got people that are getting submittals and stuff gathered because of the high priority of this project. So I would expect we'd have folks out here within the next 60 days that this is going to be done.
Thank you.
Further discussion on resolution number 2022-24.
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-24 is adopted. Next up, we have item G11, resolution number 2022-25, approving the Fifth Amendment to the city's airline operating agreement and terminal area lease to reduce certain insurance requirements for operators. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Nexton.
Thank you. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2022-25.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-25? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. I believe there was a suggested amendment in our laydown for this. Councilmember Nexton.
Thank you, Mayor. Reading off the attachment or the laydown that we have here, I'll go ahead and make all the amendments. Under the airline and affiliate insurance requirements, paragraph A, delete the word airline, replace with the word aircraft. Then delete the word general and add the word aviation. It'll read aircraft liability insurance and comprehensive aviation liability insurance. Then moving down to A5, delete the word 5 and add the word 2, and delete the number 5 million and add the number 2 million. So it reads not less than $2 million, and then the 2 million in dollar signs. Yeah, per. Yes, sir.
I think that was part of the original ordinance. The only suggested amendment to the memorandum was just the first one you did on.
Oh, just the aircraft and aviation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
They were both in bold.
I know.
So.
That was sort of the intent. I think that was the original legislation, and then this was the amendment.
I got you.
The first line. So.
Can I second the amendment and ask for unanimous?
Yes. Second, unanimous request has been requested. All right. Thank you. It's been seconded. Unanimous consent has been requested on the amendment. Is there an objection? Seeing none, the amendment passes. We now have resolution number 2022-24 is amended, or no, that's the next one. -25 as amended before us. Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess probably for legal, what does this mean for people who have current contracts with us, and how do we handle that?
Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Councilmember Basin. So because this lessens the requirements, and it should make them happy. The main reason that we're doing this is because as Kenai Aviation came on, they only have one 10-seat aircraft, and so this wouldn't apply to Raven. I'm not sure if Grant has an airplane that seats more than, I think it's actually 9, but it could lower Grant Aviation's insurance costs too. But specifically with the new agreement with Kenai Aviation, they went out to get insurance. They were told they couldn't meet our current coverage limits, and we employ a insurance consultant, and we reached out to them, and they confirmed that the market's changed since this was last written, and you can no longer get the higher policies.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on resolution 2022-25 as amended?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-25 is adopted. Council, that brings us, we've already taken care of item G5.
Mayor Gabriel,
yes.
can we have a brief at ease?
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute at ease.
Thank you.
Back on the record. Council, we're on item G6, I believe, action approval, special use permit to Laser Art Alaska LLC for a 4-month term from May 1st, 2022 through August 31st, 2022. Would you like to, this is an action approval. We'll treat you just like we did Mr. Swanson. If you want to speak to your legislation, please come forward, introduce yourself, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Riley Updike. I own Laser Art Alaska LLC. We are a laser engraving company in Kenai and Soldotna, and I also own Peninsula Vending, a vending machine company. We are looking to take over space 120 of the Kenai Municipal Airport's terminal building to open a gift shop under the name My Alaskan Gifts, kind of a consignment type shop, more of the style of locals out in Nikiski, kind of not copying that, but keeping that in mind and trying to make our own thing here in Kenai. And basically cater to all the passengers that come through Kenai Airport this summer, and hopefully a large volume of locals as well.
Very good. Is this metal art?
No, it's like tumblers, cutting boards, tumblers such as Yeti tumblers, okay, and items such as that, as well as there will be metal art from Naples Fabrication, who is here with me today, as well as we have Alaskans from the dog treat manufacturer. We have her signed up. Soapstones, which is a soap manufacturer, and a bunch of other local businesses as well.
Awesome. Councilmember Weyer.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think this is fantastic, and you look like obviously an entrepreneur, so good, congratulations on all of your ambitions here. My friend owns Locals, so I'm very much familiar. Are you going to have the spit salt and everything else? Have you gotten a hold of Homer Spit Salt? Because that's a big seller for her.
I'm working with them right now on, they're not interested in consignment as much as they want wholesale purchasing, which is fine. We can do that with Laser Art Alaska's capital, but we're working with them. We have I don't remember it's a local company in Nikiski. I can't remember off the top of my head for clothing. We have G Street Fox up out at Anchorage, as well as a clothing brand, and then we're adding more constantly.
Are you going to be working with the chocolate factory store? I forget their name in Homer, because their products also sell very well with locals, and we don't have a local candy maker here. Are you going to be working with them?
We're looking into working with multiple businesses. I'm actively seeking them. I just haven't gotten to everyone yet because I also have to run Laser Art Alaska as well, but I'm actively seeking them and other businesses out of Homer. I was down in Homer last Wednesday, I believe, and I spoke with a ton of local businesses down there and handed out a ton of consignment forms to them to see if there was any interest in that. And there was definitely a lot of interest in that town, as well as Kenai and Soldotna and Anchorage and Palmer.
Have you spoke with Locals or sit down with them? And because she's amazing, she'd give you a lot of her vendors and information too, definitely. Because she's a Kenai girl, so she'd try to help you spearhead and get some people online.
Laser Art Alaska currently sells products in there, and I've discussed it with her. And her kind of attitude was, if I'm going to do this for the portion of time that I have it open, she's no longer going to sell Laser Art Alaska's product. As in competition, she wasn't that keen about it. But if we do exit in August, which we hope to be able to expand it further, maybe into the holiday season, such as December, and possibly a permanent location there as well. The special use permit is kind of just, let's try this out, see if it works before we commit for a long period of time. So yes, basically.
Follow up.
I owned a restaurant in there. I did a waterbed massager in the back corner. I'm very familiar with traffic. One thing that we really failed to have was good souvenir shop. It was something that when I was there, we started carrying some of those items in our restaurant, just because there was such a need and a want for it. So I definitely feel that this is going to be really beneficial to our travelers, the community, having you in there. I know there's been a need and a want for a really long time. So I just want to wish you all the success in this. this, and I'm hoping that it's so successful that you would consider coming back next year or just extending on a permanent basis, maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes, I have purchased your laser art with great enthusiasm, and it has been beautiful gifts. And so I'm so very thankful that you're looking into this opportunity, and I will support this and hope that it brings you to the fine city of Kenai for a permanent home in the future.
Thank you, me too.
Any further questions of Mr. Updike? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
No, just to chime in or pile on, just wish you luck, and you have thoughtful ideas, and this is not your first rodeo, so I think you'll do well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to Kenai.
Thank you.
Any, I'll, at this point, this is an action approval. I don't entertain a motion to approve. Councilmember next then.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a special use permit with Laser Art LLC.
I'll second that.
LLC.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the motion?
Request unanimous consent.
Very good. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the approval to special use permit to Laser Art Alaska LLC for a 4-month term from May 1st, 2022 through August 31st, 2022 is approved. Next up, we have discussion action items, setting budget work session schedule. Looks like everybody's had the draft budget transmitted to them. Either Mr. Ostrander, did you have any dates in mind or get a jumping off point here?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Mr. Eubank and I discussed this earlier this week, and if we're going to attempt to do this on a Saturday like we have in the past, there's 2 Saturdays that are a possibility. One would be April 30th, so not this upcoming Saturday, but the following. And the next one would be the following Saturday, May 7th. So those are the 2 Saturdays that are available for the budget work session.
Everybody can check their calendars here real quick.
Mayor Gabriel, I'm
Yes.
unavailable for both those Saturdays as
I
I
am
will
too.
be in the
I am
Valley
too.
for sports.
Me too.
Okay.
I'm out
Do-
of town on April the 30th.
Okay. Are those, so as far as our timing goes, are we pushing it when we push it off to the 14th of May? Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Terry, can you weigh in here? You're the one that's in charge of the timeline. I guess I'd first ask if the 14th does work for council, and if it does, then, okay. Terry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. In order to meet an introduction deadline of the second meeting in May, which is going to be, the first is the 4th, or is it the 6th? It's the 4th, so that would be introduction on the 18th for adoption on June, the first meeting in June. I would not be able to incorporate any council comments or anything in the introductory draft if we delay till the 14th, because the packet would already be set by that point.
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. However, they would be incorporated into the packet for
the
first meeting in June that would be published on the 27th of May, correct?
Mr. Eubank?
For introduction, or are you talking about a substitute for adoption?
It would have to be a substitute for adoption on the 27th.
I believe so, because I believe code requires us to pass the budget by the 10th. Help me here, or at least establish the mill rate
Yeah. mill
by the
rate.
10th of June.
Mr. Bloom typing furiously. But just in the meantime, just for the sake of discussion, does the 14th work for everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm seeing that's kind of when the stars are aligned. Mr. Ostrander? Oh, sorry.
I'm hoping Scott finds it. I thought.
So I guess would you be saying that we would do the introduction at the same meeting we do the adoption, a non-code ordinance? Is that kind of what you're thinking, Terry?
No, I would propose to introduce the budget ordinance with the manager's proposed budget, and then incorporate any changes that come out of the work session on the 14th into a substitute that would be provided for the first meeting in June.
Very good.
You know, the other option is if you don't want to do it on a Saturday, if we wanted to do it during a day of the week, it would take it generally takes an entire day, but that's an option as well.
Mm-hmm.
Would May the 6th work? Okay, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I'll just clarify. I'm gone for wrestling every weekend, but the first week of May, that Thursday the 5th through Sunday the 8th, I am completely out of town for state.
I know the first week of May, I think we've got the riverfront revitalization work sessions going on. I know we got the city manager and I have our State of the City address for this chamber on the 4th.
So is there
Mr.
any days,
Basin.
is there any days during the week, or do we always want to do it on the weekend, I guess?
June 10th is the date they have to pass it. We've already presented it to them, provided it to them. Okay, then we're good. I mean, I assume providing it the same as presented. Yeah.
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Our finance director was spot on. It's June 10th is the deadline for council. Council shall set a date for a public hearing on the budget proposal. After the public hearing and not later than the 10th day of June, council shall by ordinance adopt a budget for the following fiscal year. So it probably need to be introduced at the second meeting in May.
Right, which means that it would need to be, let's see, where's my, second meeting in May is the 18th, so the package is due on the 11th, is that correct? Or the agenda set on the 11th?
Yeah, the packet is produced on the 13th.
Right, but our agenda is set up, or draft agenda. So are we looking at doing this during the week here? May 9th?
Well, I think, Mayor Gabriel, based on the discussion here, that May 14th would work for the work session. Correct, Terry?
It would. The only caveat is it would require a substitute to be presented at the meeting for adoption, the first meeting in June. You know, that's assuming council is going to want to make changes. They may not. I mean, it's a great document, so.
Do we even need to have a work session, Terry? So I guess I'm hearing that the May 14th works. Is everybody nodding heads? 9 a.m. start? See, Silas says he's gonna love our work session. Start at 7?
It'd be fine with me.
9 a.m., Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Before we set this in stone, because this is not something Terry and I discussed prior to the meeting here, just want to make sure that, from your perspective, the substitute ordinance approach is something that you're comfortable with and is something that is doable in that time frame.
Mr. Eubank's nodding.
Okay.
All right, May 14th, 9 a.m. Okay. I would not schedule anything else that day if I were council. We usually just, for everybody's, for the new members here, that usually goes till, what, about 6 o'clock or so? We try to, yeah, but somewhere in there. But it's a great meeting. It's a good way to get everything Budget 101 that you want to know about it. Councilmember Basin.
So, Mayor, I guess if I'm hearing what the city manager and with the finance director are, so we wouldn't want to have a meeting the week of the 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th if you get everybody together, and then also on the 14th to complete it. That still doesn't give you the time. We got to be where he'd have to do the substitute. So us meeting on the 14th, if we wanted to have two, he's still going to have to do a substitution, correct? Am I hearing you right? Is that right, Terry? So that's two. No matter what we do, if we meet the 14th, even if we met earlier,
Still have to do a substitute.
Still has to do a substitute.
Yeah, if we were able to meet on the 7th, you wouldn't need a substitute, but
What's that? On the 14th?
No, on the 7th.
Yeah. So we're still on for the 14th. That's 9 a.m. So next up, we're up to commission committee reports. Council on Aging.
Thank you, Mayor. Council on Aging met on April 14th, and they had two two discussion items. The first one had to do with adding suggested transportation donation to the city of Kenai fee schedule. Currently, a round trip to Soldotna is $10 recommended. And it was pointed out that those trips are not for shopping, they're for normally going to the hospital or clinics or something like that. And that a $3 round trip around the Kenai area is the current suggested donation. And what they agreed to recommend was a range of $5 to $10 for a donation. So basically, they'd ask for here locally, it would be $5, and then the $10 would remain for going to a doctor's appointment or something like that in Soldotna. So I think that I didn't realize that was in our fee schedule, but I guess it is for suggested donations. And then the last item, which is actually in the budget, was we discussed the director's goals for fiscal year 23, which will be in there, and I'll let you guys read that prior to our meeting. And their next meeting is on May 12th.
Thank you. Airport Commission.
Councilmember Nax did sit in for me. I was out of town. Anything to report?
Okay. Airport Commission meeting. I got to be their liaison for a day. Thank you. I don't think I mucked things up too badly. They had four main items. They had a discussion recommendation for the laser art at the airport, and asked a lot of questions and got a lot of responses, and we're looking forward to you. Then they had a discussion recommendation. They approved for an execution of a lease to Joel Caldwell. And Joel it's a really small hangar on the Kenai Airport across from where Kenai Lofstead used to be, Kenai Air. But at any rate, he's planning on putting like $100,000 investment into the building and maybe the grounds there. And what it would do is essentially change that lease from what's been a 5-year lease because of the value of the property to a 17-year lease. So that was recommended for approval. They also recommended for approval a special use permit to Weaver Brothers, Inc. for trailer storage of Corral Street, just some additional truck storage in that area. And the last item was a recommendation, and this had to do with really the land use plan, something that they didn't weigh in before, but others had, some other commissions. So they felt that it was necessary for the airport to have a voice, and it was in regards to parcel 04501003, which is commonly known as lot and acres, which is really a township range section and whatnot. And what their motion was to strongly affirm that the status remain as disposed. And that was the end of their meeting, and their next meeting is May 12th.
Thank you. Harbor Commission?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The meeting of April the 11th was canceled, and our next gathering will be on May the 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. Parks and Recreation Commission?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I sat in for Vice Mayor Glendenning while he was out of state. They had a work session going over the Kenai Municipal Cemetery Policy Review for the new expanded cemetery. Some of the discussions that they had were just basic, what to expect, what the general cost would be. Some of the concerns were there's going to be a very big difference in the policy in this new expansion compared to the previous cemetery. And some of that would be there won't be allowed fencing unless it gets approved. So there would be no fencing around, and that's just simple to help with maintenance. There will also be, there was a lot of discussion around headstones. So are they going to be required to lay flat? Or are they going to be propped up? There was a lot of discussion as keeping the back row where there could be standing headstones, and they would go for a more premium price as well. And there would be nothing, so that way if someone's got a flat headstone, they don't have a tall one ahead of them, so they would definitely put that through in their policy. Not allowing basically anything that we see in the current cemetery. So you're not going to be able to go and leave a bunch of random wind chimes or anything on the graves. It's going to be as easy to maintain as possible, because the more maintenance they have to do around little things, it costs more money and time. So there was just a lot of discussion over that, discussion over caskets. We talked quite a bit about requirements for caskets. Are they wood box? Are they metal? Or as the new Parks and Rec director pointed out, in Indiana, they went to green burials, so no caskets or anything required at burial. So we had quite a few different conversations about that. We did ask if there would be a water spigot put into that. He was a little mortified to hear that there was water spigot in the current cemetery, and assured that there would be no water put in the expansion. And they don't really have a time frame yet as far as fencing going in, but we will start to see more development on our cemetery, and we will be seeing these policy reviews come to council probably shortly. And Parks and Recs will meet again on May 5th. I know Vice Mayor Glendenning is out of town. I usually fill in for him, but I will be out of town. So we did ask Ms. Sonart tonight if she would be willing to fill in, and she's going to check her calendar to see if she can do that. And if she's unable to, we will probably, Vice Mayor Glendenning will be reaching out and asking another council member to take over that meeting.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Commission?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I serve as Planning and Zoning Liaison. We met here on April 13th. We had a few items. Up for public hearing was Resolution PZ 2022-08, which was an application for a conditional use permit for cabin rentals. And then we also heard from the same applicant, Resolution PZ 2022-09, which is an application for conditional use permit for a guide service on that property on Angler Drive. There was a big outcry of concern from the neighborhood as far as what we would do with code enforcements. This particular individual lives in Nebraska, and he would have his properties managed by Mr. Foster, and there was a lot of concern around that. And due to the concerns that the community expressed specifically on lack of code enforcement, a lot of conversation came out of this meeting as far as what type of parameters they can put on conditional use, because what we're seeing with conditional use is it really has to be itemized when we issue it. We're not changing it. It has to be listed on there. So we've added things like quiet hours on there. And they specifically wanted to be able to add a occupancy limit. And they didn't really know how to do that. Do they do that based off of how many beds, how many cabins? We thought maybe the fire marshal would have the best answer, or our attorney. Neither were present for it. And through the concerns expressed by both the commissioners and the community, they did deny both conditional use permits. So both conditional use permits were denied. The biggest thing they asked for coming out of that is that they don't feel comfortable really going forward on conditional use because we have no, as they said, grit or teeth to do code enforcement. So if there's noise complaints or people going out of the scope of their conditional use, there's no ramifications to it. And there's no timeline as far as how long they have to respond to the city if there is a code enforcement, or what the proper, how many warnings they get before they get their permits, and the fact that we've never really pulled a permit, all gave great concern. The commissioners did ask for a work session, so I did ask our attorney. I spoke with Scott to see if he would be willing to sit in there, and I would like to ask this body if you would be in support of our city attorney sitting in on their work session so that they can have, I guess, legal parameters of what they can put on the conditional use and maybe better explain some of the code enforcements that we could be seeing. So I would hope that our body would be in agreement of allowing our attorney to sit in on that. They're hoping that they could pull out a good legislation that might address our quiet hour or lack thereof in our city code, as well as other code enforcements. And I had told them if they come out with a work product, I'd be happy on sponsoring the ordinance and bring it forth to our body. So I know they want to work on what they can do legally on parameters and what type of code enforcement we can see within our city. They did not set a work session. I think it was just really making sure that they could have the attorney present for that work session. They did approve a special use permit to Weaver Brothers Truck and Trailer Storage for the lot there that they're currently using in the baseball field parking area. And the resolution approving the execution of the lease to Joel Cadwell. That's all we had really went over, and planning and zoning again will be meeting May 11th. No, sorry, April 27th. That's all I have.
Thank you. Beautification Committee?
Beautification Committee will be meeting on May 10th.
Thank you. Under Mini Grant Steering Committee, there is no report. Under report of the mayor, I did have a couple. I had a Alaska Bycatch Review Task Reforce subcommittee meeting last Thursday. It was the Gulf of Alaska Salmon Halibut subcommittee, which I chair, and then yesterday we had the entire committee meet with updates. So that's slowly moving along with fleshed out agendas. Other than that, I just want to say thank you for the continued thoughts and prayers for our family. So we lost my mom last Palm Sunday, so very much appreciated. With that, we'll go to Administration Report, City Manager, Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. As I stated earlier in the meeting, I did go to the Grant Symposium in Anchorage that was hosted by Senator Murkowski. There was probably 1,200 people that went to the symposium. It was huge. It was Scott Curtin, Riley Shirtliff, our grants writer, myself, and also Elin Conway went. It was really informative. Probably the most valuable part of it was meeting folks face-to-face in these different agencies and staffers of the senators that can help us through this process. But it was worth the day up and back for sure. I wanted to make sure that council knew that the Kenai Aviation's unveiling of their new plane, which was scheduled for, I believe, next week, was postponed to April 27th, but it's going to be at noon at the airport terminal. So it's a beautiful plane. I'm excited to go to that event. Also, we have a two-day event coming up May 2nd and 3rd, and I know council's aware of it, but I wanted to talk about it just a little bit. So it is at the Visitor Center. This is the second phase of our waterfront revitalization study. So on May 2nd, from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m., there's going to be a public work session. And in that, there's going to be more opportunities for the public to provide input to help further refine the vision of that area. And then the following day on May 3rd, which is a Tuesday, it's an open house basically all day from 8 in the morning till 5 p.m. where folks can stop by. They can provide input, and again, they're going to further try to refine this vision. And then in the evening, 7 to 8 p.m., there's going to be another public work session where they're going to present everything that they've learned, not only over the previous day and a half that they've been here, but also in the visioning session prior to that. And they're going to get additional public input at that time as well. So 2 pretty full days, and I'm looking forward to seeing McKinley down here doing that. Also want to let council know that the chamber has hired a new executive director. Brett Perry is going to be their new executive director. He has previous experience in the military. Looks like he's, going to be a great fit for the chamber, and he starts actually next Monday, April 25th. And on the Bluff project, no update other than we're continuing to look for every possibility to fill that gap for our local match. And that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer questions.
And I guess I will add, since we aren't going to have another meeting before then, Mr. Ostrander and I are scheduled to do our State of the City address at the chamber on May 4th. So any questions of the city manager? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, just a general question about securing cash flow for our bluff erosion project. There was thought that the folks in Juneau might have funds for us. Do we have any update or consideration for the prospect of obtaining funds to help our project?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. So when Mayor Gabriel and I were down there, the GO bond, which included $6.5 million in funding for the Bluff project that the governor had presented in his budget, was it was questionable whether or not that GO bond would pass. But we got really good indications from a lot of folks that even if that GO bond doesn't go through, that there would be that money included in the state's capital budget to support the project. So there is a possibility, and I talked to Mayor Gabriel about this earlier this week, there is a possibility we may need to go back down again. Although they have been discussing the capital budget, they have not been talking specific projects yet, which will be coming soon. When that happens, we'll need to time it correctly, but if needed, we'll go down again and make sure we advocate for that to be included in the state's capital budget.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of the city manager? Seeing none, we'll turn to our city attorney, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. Of course, I'm happy to do a work session with the Planning and Zoning Commission. I don't need council's direction to do that. I'll just do that. Just so council is aware, the reason that I often don't participate at the Planning and Zoning Commission level on these CUPs is because if I think they're going to get appealed, I have to hire outside counsel to help the city council sitting as the Board of Adjustment, which can cost between $10,000 to $15,000. So it's, unless council tells me differently, my preference is to not be involved in the Planning and Zoning Commission decisions, instead be involved with the Board of Adjustment. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So if it does come to a Board of Adjustment and we have the deliberations, is there provision for planning and zoning to be represented by council? Is that necessary, or are they just on their own?
Mr. Bloom.
Thank you. So when planning and zoning decides a conditional use permit, they're acting in an adjudicatory capacity like a judge. So it's basically an appeal of one judge's decision to another judge. In that case, judges don't have representation for their prior decisions. Our planning department could get an attorney, the city planner, if we felt that that was needed, but generally I haven't seen a need for our planning director to have separate counsel.
Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Scott did agree, and I brought it up at the body, not because of anything, but when I asked, I know we're a body of 7, so I just wanted to make sure that there was an equal chance for everybody to just kind of weigh in, because you don't take direction from any one of us, so I know you did agree to it. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Actually, a body of 8. I see Silas down there. We don't want to. Any other questions of the city attorney? Seeing none, we'll turn to our city clerk, Ms. Sainer.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So I included in the packet this week an informational item. It's the KPB Ordinance 2022-07, which is related to the reapportionment. So after census and the state redistricting is done, then the borough's reapportionment committee meets and determines that the borough is malapportioned. They did that, and now the voters get to decide in November whether we go to a 9 or 11 assembly and school board. At the borough meeting last night, they did postpone the ordinance because they're looking to add language to the ballot that would identify the costs associated with 2 more assembly members and 2 more school board members. And there is another proposed amendment that has not yet been made that was in part of their packet that would also send the question to the voters without a defined map, so that if it is determined 9 versus 11, they could draw the lines after the fact and get the right apportionment, as well as, sorry, there's, and that, how they affect the city of Kenai. So both of the proposed maps as they're drawn right now would put the city of Kenai residents in 3 separate assembly districts. We are currently in 2, and it's just small little fragments that would change. So, and I'm available for questions.
And if I read that right, they are proposing unanimously that it remain at 9. Is that correct?
So the borough has specific, so the reapportionment committee, yes, they recommended remaining at 9, but the borough has specific language in their code that the borough cannot take any borough funds to influence the outcome of elections. So when they place that on the ballot, there will be no statement from the borough at this point on recommendations. But yes, the reapportionment committee did recommend 9.
Very good. I was trying to thank you for that. Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you tell in the reapportionment, does any of it have it to where the city is represented as one area? Because I know when I moved inside the city, when I moved to the Pillars, so my assembly person lives in Soldotna. I'm in one of those little carved out areas here. Are they looking, can you tell if there's anything?
So at this point, I think the lines are just a draft, but the way that it was cut is the section right now that is on the west side of Beaver Creek would still be a separate assembly district, which would be where you're falling, versus the rest of Kenai. And there's a little small portion on the northwest side that would fall into another assembly district. But like I said, I think they're proposing not to do firm maps at this point and determine later. The May 3rd assembly meeting would be a good one that I'll be watching to find out what they plan on doing with those maps.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if most of you realize it, so Assemblymember Dvorkian, that represents probably the majority of you in here, does not represent me, and I live inside the city, and if I was to run for the assembly, I would not be running for that seat. I'd be running for the seat that's mainly Soldotna. It's very confusing. When I went to vote the first time I was here, when I moved, I went to vote, I literally would have lost, if I would have bet, $100. I mean, I would have bet everything that they were giving me the wrong ballot, because I was not voting for the same thing that most of you probably here were. Very confusing.
Interesting.
And I can clarify, the point of the apportionment is equal voter representation. So that's why you see some of those lines get cut through cities, is making sure that they have as close of a matching number in each assembly district as possible.
Thank you. Any further questions of the city clerk? Seeing none, we will move to additional public comment. Is there anybody from the general public who'd like to address the council at this time? Seeing none, we'll move to council comments. We'll start down there with, how about we'll start here with the council member next then.
No comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Basin.
Good night.
Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Jim Glendenning.
Yeah, I have a question of how to manage my access for communication with the city, and so far I have not, how can we say, reactivated my contact code, and so I'm thinking on that. So that's my comment for today. Thank you.
Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Tomorrow, if you follow Caring for the Kenai at all, tomorrow they will be doing their presentation at the Kenai High School Little Theater. They will be broadcasting it live on the Caring for the Kenai website. If you're not familiar with the program, it's just an amazing program. One of my favorites that came out of Caring for the Kenai is Kids Don't Float. I think Kids Don't Float is an amazing program, and the fact that our youth think of these amazing inventions and things to add into our community is just, it's a great program. So support them and support the program. I would like to talk about, now that we're in the spring months, I see more and more people getting to access their yards. I see trees getting cut down and stacks of brushes piles going. I'd like to remind people to firewise their property. And while they're out firewise in their property, check for deceased animals. I can tell you, when I went to my grandma's house at the Chuda house, there was a deceased moose that was just starting to emerge from the snowbank. So it is that time to get out and check your property lines, just to avoid any bigger critters coming into your neighborhoods and areas. And then I want to bring mention to the constituents that we all represent. For me, if you email me a concern, a question, an opinion, I want to rest assured to my constituents that your email will stay with me. I don't find it ethically or morally responsible to forward emails sent by our constituents. I feel that if they reach out to us, they're doing so because maybe they don't feel comfortable coming and testifying in person. So I'd like to rest assured constituents that I will not be forwarding your emails to anybody outside of our body or our administration. And it was brought to my attention that the second you email us, it is public record. You do a FOIA request and it does become public record. If you want your email to stay confidential, do not email it to our city clerk. Email it to our body and make sure you put a notice, something that states the information intended for the use is for the individual or the entity. If you're not the intended recipient, you're hereby notified that any disclosure, copy, and distribution or taking any action based on the contents of this electronic mail is strictly prohibited. So if you do not want anybody on this body to forward your email to anybody in the community, please put a disclosure on there. And I would like to rest assured that that is not within my ethic or moral compass. I will not be forwarding your communication to anybody else in the community. I want to make sure our constituents feel comfortable to reach out to us and that they can do so without any worry or concern that their emails or communication would be forwarded on to anybody else within our community, and that they would not be contacted by any individual that email was not sent to. So I just want that to be known. There was a situation that came up across our body, and I just want them to know that, rest assured, that that is not within my practice. I don't agree with that practice. And if that's a concern for anybody else, as I've heard, please make sure when you correspond to put some disclaimer on your emails. That's all I have.
Councilmember Sonar.
Good night and God bless.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Hello. I would say, not a lot to talk about, but last meeting I talked about how the next Saturday would be prom. I will say prom went pretty well, I would say. There, of course, were students who decided to come inebriated or with drugs or alcohol, and they were escorted out. So that's not what I like to see at all, but I will say that it was only limited to like 2 or 3 students. The rest of the night went very well, including the after prom, which I will say was very fun. We did a lot of karaoke, so that was fun. Today we had an assembly for Sources of Strength, so I suppose that was enjoyable, to say the least. In sports, I know that soccer is going on right now. I don't know the entire scope of that. The Coach Brand is currently not in the school, so I can't ask him about any of that. Band camp is starting soon for the marching band, as well as the football camp is going to be starting soon. So be prepared for our wonderful band to be playing again and all those football games. And in other news, student council tryouts are currently going on. We have the junior and senior president, vice president, secretary, all that. We also have the entire class president, class vice president, and all of that. I myself will not be trying out for one of them, but I encourage everybody to check in and see who's going to be the next leaders of our great school. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Petty.
Yes, I would like to thank all the department heads, the city manager, and Mr. Terry Eubank for formulating our budget here, and I will be looking over that with great opportunity and concern, and look forward to our work session on May the 14th. I appreciate what Ms. Winger said about email opportunities, but I'd also like to consult with our city attorney and what our responsibilities are for each city council member in regards to that. Also, I would like to say thank you very much for everyone's calls, prayers, and concern for the passing of my mother. She had a glorious life. She lived to the ripe old age of 89, and she told everyone that her next birthday she would be 90, so everyone knew that 90 was coming up. And so anyway, it was an honor to be with her as she graduated to glory. And that ends my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Petty. Tonight we do have an executive session. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move the City Council enter into executive session to discuss the possible sale or donation of Parkview Subdivision Tract A, KPP parcel number 04701018, pursuant to Alaska Statute 4462-310C1, a matter which the immediate knowledge of may have an adverse effect upon the finances of the city. And I invite the city manager and attorney to be with us.
Is there a second?
Question, Mayor?
Yes.
Proper time. So I guess not knowing what we're dealing with here when it comes to the Boys and Girls Club and what takes place here, I want to make sure that we're being open with what's going on. I don't think many of us know what's going to be discussed here. Is there any indication of, can the attorney talk to us whether we go into this session or not and what that means?
Mr. Blum.
Thank you, Councilmember Basin. So the scope of the executive session would be very narrow. Basically, no action can be taken in an executive session. I believe the city manager just wants to share some financial information that he has and let council provide any direction with regard to that specific financial information. But certainly it's not a session where council can decide one way or another any action going forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I too am concerned.
Just for process, can we have a second just to get it on the motion so we can?
I second.
Thank you. Councilmember Winger?
I too have concerns about taking this into a public, and out of the public setting and into an executive session. We heard this issue is brought forth to us publicly. A lot of financials were disclosed, such as they had received $4 million. I've had 3 phone calls today alone, really concerned on why we're bringing this public matter now into executive session. They want to make sure that we're staying transparent since this came before us publicly, why we're now taking this privately.
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you. So hypothetically, reasons why we go into executive session is, say, council wants to negotiate a sale or less than market value offer, and council could provide direction to the city manager to negotiate for certain terms. But again, there's no action that can be taken. It's just we want to make sure that we're doing what council wants and sharing information with council that, if it was in the public, could affect the city's finances in negotiating a deal.
Councilor Winger?
So my understanding in that conversation was that legislation would be being brought forth, sponsored by both our mayor and Councilmember Baisden. And instead of legislation coming forth on this, we're getting an executive session. So I guess that's my concern, is we were kind of told we were getting legislation, and now we're going into executive session. So it almost feels to the people a little bit of lack of transparency on this. And I'm very hesitant to go into executive session.
I guess as far as the scope, and you mentioned, Mr. Bloom, the narrow scope, I don't know exactly, from my perspective, what the level of disclosure that we will be hearing in here, but do we not have the ability to terminate the executive session at any time and move it out here?
Yes, the executive session can be terminated at any time. I don't think that the city manager has a whole lot, just wants to provide a couple bits of information to council, and council can come out here. Any discussion, any decision has to be made in public, and any discussion can certainly happen in public as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes, Mayor Gabriel, isn't this premature because we haven't had our land use discussion yet?
I have no idea what the city manager would like, so I don't know what it is here.
A parcel is listed here,
Mm-hmm.
and that is in our land use. And I don't think we're ready to discuss this. We haven't discussed the parameters of the land use, the dispose, retain, how we're going to manage it. I think we're putting the cart before the horse.
Further discussion on the amendment, or on the motion? So the motion is to convene into executive session. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
No.
Councilmember Sonart?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
No.
Councilmember Naxton?
Yes.
You have 5 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Thank you.
I didn't have to. Yeah. I almost did. It's like,
I know that. I mean,
This is absolutely the way to treat it. Oh,
Hi, good, how are you?
What you got? I'll ask, seriously, I don't know. Sure. Everything that I have access to, so. Yeah, no, I'll ask the question, I don't know the extent of it. I guess, pain in the ass. Especially when you don't do it, and you can't get into anything. So you're saying you forget?
And we are moving this to the.
Just put it in a sticky inside your right.
We're going in here? Yes, we're moving this to the conference room. There's too many mics. Yeah.
It's offset, but.
Back on the record, Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council and City Manager and Attorney met in executive session, and we discussed the possible sale or donation of Parkview Subdivision Tract A.
Thank you. See no other business for this body, we are adjourned.